-2. Anyway, so I figured out why it's cold in my apartment. Looked outside. That kind of did it. Yeah, apparently it's 1 degrees outside, but my thermometer outside says different. So, snowing like mad down here too. Where are you at, if I can ask? But yeah, snow is a thing. So plan for today is we're going to do some more work on the fort. I didn't end up... you're in Michigan? I getcha. Yeah, so the plan for today is we're going to work on bedrooms, get the fortress to a point where I can crank the population up to 200, and then we are going to retire, and I want to run more bear people. And I'm thinking some serpent people as well into the fortress, assuming we have that option. I do have the rest of those adventurers that I left, which went back to their hometowns, who I think I can run across. So that's kind of the goal, is pack people up with a bunch of food and run them into the fortress, because I'm kind of sad that bear adventurer that I had died. So I want to get like 4 or 5, make like a happy family of Berenstein bears and run them over. So that's kind of the plan for today. Is we're gonna work on the fort for a couple hours, get a bunch of adventurers, run them over. If people are interested, maybe we'll dive into some legends. Otherwise, maybe we'll play something else afterwards, or we'll do some long death. I'm not entirely sure what schedule for today is going to look like. We're just kind of playing it by the seat of our pants to see how things work out. So, yeah, let's dive into Umber Bulwark Fortress. Getting an ice storm tomorrow? Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about ice storms, especially around Texas. So I want to build our tavern for this fort. I think that we're going to just schedule that up before I do anything else. Actually, before I do anything else, I've got to jump over to YouTube real quick and take a peek at comments, because somebody else asked for a dwarf, so we're going to dwarf somebody real quick. Real quick. What's hitting us this afternoon? Stay safe, lads. I hope everybody's got groceries. So I don't know exactly what this person wants their name to be. And they also didn't say what dwarf they want, but somebody from YouTube has requested a dwarf. And their YouTube name is just their name, so I'm just going to go with their last name. So chat, I have a question for you. This strange person from the world of YouTubes, what do they get? What do we give them? Western Europe is really boring, like 6C and gray and rain. It's been like that for the past 2 weeks. I don't know. I live in Vancouver, Canada, right? So we'll get rain for a very... Gelder, that's just mean, man. That's just mean. Come on. Can we give him a job that doesn't involve cutting the cow's balls off? Like something fun, like an engraver or a... I was going to say a blacksmith, but I only have one and he's already named. Like an engraver or like a doctor or something. How about one of the rangers? We could give him one of the rangers. The rangers are pretty multi-purpose. They're doing lots of different things, so we could absolutely give him one of the rangers. How about this one? Let's take a look at some of the other rangers. How about you? Already named. How about you? Belmas. He is blissful while you seem pretty happy. Don't have too much anger in your life. 120? Sure, we can do that. That'll work. All right, so your name is Belmas. And we'll just go with their last name, which is Roel. You can find them in the YouTube comments. Let's read a little bit about this dwarf. No partner. They do have a master who doesn't live in the fort. They have a pet guinea cock. They worship the normal pantheon of gods. They do have a lover who doesn't live in the fort. Their cousin is one of our administrators, Kubok. Do they have any other family in the fort? Ah, another hunter. Their nephew is one of our rangers. So it's like a family of rangers, maybe. And a few of them even. A niece who's also one of my hunters. And another niece who's also one of my rangers. Growing up a little higher. They do have a lot of half-siblings. Oh, my word. Mom and dad. And as well as all of their grandparents. And they do have one daughter who isn't here. This is a bit of an older dwarf. And they say, oh, where is Moses Obscure Constructs? I can't give in to sadness. Who is that? That your lover? Nope. I don't even know who you're talking about then. This your person? Nope, that's Moses Ford book. I don't even know who you're talking about. Anyway, if anybody else would like a dwarf, just yell at me once I'm done reading this one. Anyway, Dolmas is blissful while performing. Felt enjoyment while watching a performance. Was frustrated after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Wants a craft. Let's give you a craft. Let's say give you leather working, because that seems like a pretty rangery job to do. And we've been doing a bit of leather working, so feels fondness when remembering speaking with a friend. Doesn't mind after seeing a bunch of Crundles die. He's 170 years old, born on the 6th of Obsidian in the year 34. His very long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is neatly is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his heliotrope eyes are protruding. His teeth are gaped, and his hair is gray with some black. His skin is dark peach. He's indefatigable, which is a word that I learned existed because of this game. Dolmes Roel likes quartzite, iron, alexandrite, sloth bear bone, and low boots and chickens for their scratching. Elves for their grace and the words of the orbs of meditating. I don't believe I've seen a dwarf like elves for a very long time. And the orbs of meditating and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine. When possible, prefers to consume giant adder and longland beer and absolutely hates purring maggots. Personally finds the denial of their impulses somewhat stiff. Those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He is not driven and rarely feels the need for even a modest success, and lives an orderly life, organized and neat after being caught in the rain once. And I like to think that like he just had a poorly packed backpack and all of his stuff got wet. So now he's just like, I will live organized because otherwise my stuff will get wet. He has a calm demeanor and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is quick and eager to learn and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and tries to do things correctly each time. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Doesn't seek out excitement and doesn't handle stress well. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he scratches his nose when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You heard trees? This dwarf likes elves for their grace. So, you know. But I'm going to quickly queue up a tavern, because I've kind of decided how we're going to do it, which is just going to be around here, around the edge of this. So currently the tavern is where those little chairs are set up in the middle there. And I kind of want to just expand this a little bit. So we're going to just kind of go up and around this. Up and around this. And that'll do. Go to there. Do that. What, 3? But yeah, that'll be our tavern now, I think. This is currently a little bit bigger, so we're gonna... do that. And that. So this is gonna be the new tavern, basically. Currently, this is a little bit too lopsided. Let's do something like this. Like that. That'll work. That'll do. It's not perfectly symmetrical, but that's fine. Let the dwarves dig into that. That's going to be the new tavern. Make lead tables and lead thrones. Should be fine. So, did anybody else here want a dwarf in this fort? Yes or no, chat? Any takers? But for those of you who haven't seen it, let's just pause for a sec and zoom out. This is Umber Bulwark. So now that I've actually, like, kind of locked in a plan as to what we're doing with this fort is currently... apparently we need empty cages. This fort is currently a semi-surface fort in a very shallow map that has some windmills set up where we're making flour. We're doing some above-ground farming, some slightly below-ground farming. We have a nice moat and a little tower in the middle that we're working on. We are completely out of range and unable to access any other factions on the map because of our location. We are in the middle of this mountain range, and I kind of figured they'd be able to walk along that little river walkway that we're on, but no. So we are completely isolated from any outside activity, which kind of sucks. But yesterday we got attacked by 3 Forgotten Beasts and 2 Titans, I think. So there's been action here, and kind of a lot of it. Also, we're in an untamed wilds biome, and animal people keep showing up and, like, causing fights. So, like, we're certainly having no shortage of, like, excitement in this fort. Regardless of whether or not, you know, there's people around to fight with. So I'm going to kind of use this base as a pseudo forward operating base thing. This was from a Titan that is now in a lot of pieces, which I can destroy. So we are planning to use this base as like a forward operating base from here, and I want to build fortresses all the way along this little river because we're playing the faction, the Crimson Pulleys. The whole point of this playthrough is we are the Crimson Pulleys. That is what we are. We are a faction of dwarves as this playthrough. Like, that's the plan, is that we are a faction of dwarves. So we're going to be, you know, I want to place a fort around here somewhere, and I want to place a fort down here somewhere. And this one will probably end up being more combat heavy. I kind of would like to try and get a fort over here as well, and maybe one down here, because I kind of love the way this, like, good biome plus all these big fucking rivers looks. We're going to have to do something down there. Plus, there's this evil mountain range and a haunted glacier down here. Like, we've got a lot of cool shit on this map, so we need to take advantage of that. And also, I want to be doing a lot of adventuring, so my goal is to, like, do a lot of abandoning and reclaiming of forts in this world, because the whole purpose of this playthrough is to keep Dwarf Fortress interesting. Long Death has gotten a little bit samey, like, and I would be lying if I said that fort doesn't get dull sometimes. So the whole point of this is to just change things up and have more variety, while still being able to return to Long Death and play lots of Long Death, because I do still like Long Death, believe it or not, and I do still want to play more Long Death, but in order to do that, we need to change it up a little bit. Well, hello, Monkey Makes. We're playing a newish fort. So, let's see. Cajun Bard wants one, Raz wants one. All right, well, Raz, since you seemed so infatuated by that Gelder, Esm is now Razlim. Razlim, there you go. You are a Gelder. Welcome to the gelding ways of gelding. And she was blissful. Blissful when performing. Your relations are, you're married to Lear, who's a minor. You worship the normal pantheon of deities. You do have a friend. Nomal Cyralac, who unfortunately is dead, got eaten by a vampire, is your family member, who's your niece. And Dolmas is your older half-brother. So you got some family in the fort. Actually, dogs, cats, and other things. RNG, what's up, dude? Could you plan out how you would move the pawns from the northwest? You dragged it under a layer and the mine got removed and the water scares you? Oh, like, how would you get, like, if, like, up here? I mean, these? Like, what do you mean by water in the northwest? Like, if you're referring to those, like, just dig them out. These, like, literally just do this. And they'll drain eventually. But yeah, that's how I would get rid of that. Is just like dig something on a layer lower and then just channel them out. Are all of the original dwarves alive? Not Cyrillak, who was one of the originalists. Although I actually couldn't tell you who the original 7 are because I'm terrible at remembering that. You'd have to go back in the VOD. Yeah, like if I were to do this, it would literally just be that. Or rather, here, let me up the priority. I mean, I wouldn't dig diagonally into it. I would channel it out. But yeah, just literally doing this. I'll see it work. And then it'll just flood out. Or in this case, I think it'll just flow into my moat mostly. Help if I am paused. Let's read Raz's description and then we'll name the next one. She is married to Lear, of course. She's 98 years old, born on the 22nd of Obsidian in the year 56. She has a once thin frame, now ballarded. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids, and her ears are broad, and her teeth are gaped, and her head is short. Her hair is black mixed with gray. Her skin is dark peach, and her eyes are heliotrope. Raz likes rock salt, aluminum, red diamond, and weasel tooth, and the color dark scarlet, and waves, and backpats, and bracelets, and spiked balls, and the words of the orbs of meditating. And the sight of the wondrous lark, and when possible prefers to consume duck, rat, weed, and raspberry wine, and whipvine flour, and absolutely can't stand roaches. Personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and dreams of raising a family. And I need to clean my glasses, so you'll have to bear with me for a second while I do that. And now that I've put my glasses back onto my face, I can see again. She is sometimes cruel and almost never feels discouraged, is very uncomfortable around those that are different from herself, and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. She is nervous, and she is quite polite. She likes to take it easy, and she tries to keep her things orderly, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She isn't interested in what others think of her, and she inhales sharply when she is angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and overall she is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. Also, a game or, I think is how you say that. In regards to water like this, those ponds aren't dangerous. Unless there's like a giant sponge in it, they're not dangerous. Like, your dwarves aren't just going to go drown for no reason. What might happen is if you're chopping down trees around them, a log might fall off another tree and drop a dwarf into it. But that's about the most that'll happen. Anyway, it's draining now. And here it's already shallow enough that it won't drown dwarves. So, I mean, I could expand this more and drain it quicker. Let's do one on one side, one on the other side. As long as you have somewhere for the water to go, draining water is like a non-starter. The issue is having somewhere for the water to go. So assuming you have somewhere for the water to go, there's no risk involved. Anyway, what have you been up to, RNG, recently? You woke up early for once, so you have internet time? Well, good morning. Nice to see you around, man. You see, they just do that. Get a little swim. It'll just drain out. Take a minute. Cruel and doesn't listen to emotional appeals as a Gelder. I mean, her husband should be fearful. I'll put it that way. But I'm actually planning on cutting out this entire hill here, so kind of doesn't matter. Also, apparently, oh, I have trolls in a cage. Well, would you look at that? No, it's a giant cave toad. Even better. Let's eat it. And elk birds. Ooh. There were fish in the water, the draining water. I mean, free bonuses. But yeah, this water is now like shallow enough that it'll evaporate, and we just need to wait for it to evaporate. And then like anything that touched it will get super muddy. Uh-oh, there's mountain goatmen. I thought those were my geese. They look almost identical. Little Satans. They're like, why did you drain our water, you monsters? Speaking of animal people, in the basement of this fortress, well, there's plump helmet men for one thing. There's also apparently a giant cave spider. Where are you? That is terrifying because they have access to that cave. Anyway, giant cave spiders, scarier than forgotten beasts. Changed my mind. This cavern lair, yeah, right here, is full of these serpent people, and ant people. So there are ant men and serpent people everywhere down here. That's rude. You're rude. Which is kind of awesome for one specific reason. They are listed as hostile down here, right? See all of these hostile listings? But they haven't done anything even remotely hostile. They just kind of stand there. They don't care if we are mining. They don't care if we're chopping down trees. They don't care at all. They just kind of stand there. But they've defended my dwarves from multiple trolls already and helped us fight against a forgotten beast. So they're my friends, as far as I'm concerned at this point. Mr. clings to rock over lava? What, the plump helmetman? Maybe. I mean, currently they're just moving. They're on the lower level. But it's that giant cave spider that concerns me. The thing is about the giant... so I reclaimed this fort, right? When I reclaimed this fort, I discovered everything in the underground. And my theory here is the reason I've discovered everything in the underground is because there's a bug that will sometimes do that, which in my headcanon just means that the dwarves did a lot of exploring while I wasn't in this fortress. This is a giant cave spider, which is terrifying. I'm more scared of these than most forgotten beasts. Like, this is actually one of the scariest cavern creatures in the game. Hey, Boo. What's up? Huh. Apparently, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time, so right now at this time tomorrow, Twitch is going to be doing some major maintenance. So don't sign out of Twitch because you won't be able to sign in for 30 minutes, apparently. I wonder what the fuck they're maintaining. I wonder. Sounds poorly planned. I mean, that's when everybody is in the office at Twitch. It's usually when they do maintenance. I mean, Twitch has like, I think 2,000 staff accounts. That's anything to go by. But whatever. Also, shoutouts to the Odd Realm Discord. Wondering where that ping came from. All right. Is this giant cave spider crawls ever so slowly. Nope, they are open. Frog for Hire literally just opened them. Sorry. It's okay, neither can I, in regards to not being able to read. I'm really kind of hoping that this thing... Did it just leave the map? Yeah, it just left the map. I was going to say, I was really kind of hoping it would run up this way and get caught in the cage traps that I have, but... Fortunately, it did not. All right, well, let's scatter more cage traps around. Kind of hoping to catch some giant cave spiders or something. But we'll see. Let's just scatter those around. Jump back up to that tavern. Cashed in all of your channel points during the inflation discussion. Well, but yeah, it's been a while since Twitch has done enough of a maintenance session that they need to announce it. Normally they do maintenance on like Wednesdays midday, but it's been a while since they've done enough maintenance where they would need to announce it like that. So I'm really wondering what the heck they're up to. But regardless, well, we're working on those lead tables and lead thrones. I'm gonna start smoothing that. Twitch? Roadmap? Well, there's some stuff that they tell us that they don't tell the public, but not really. Although it's so hard for me to tell what is secret and what is public at this point that I don't even know. Twitch does a, not a bad job, but like not a great job of, they do an okay job of keeping us up to date as to what's going on. An okay job. But this feels a little odd. Here's the actual tweet if anybody's wondering. Focused around communications are so bad at communicating? I don't think that's necessarily. I think that there's companies that are bad at communicating, and then there's companies that are intentionally quiet. And I think Twitch is kind of the latter. At least that's the impression I've always got from Twitch. After all of this time. All right, so there is a layer above this. Summer's arrived on the calendar. I think we're going to put a food storage layer above this. Kind of connected to the other storage zone. Maybe even make it 2 layers deep. All the game saves. Although now that giant spider's left, I can put on the less spooky. Right. I also need to kind of keep an eye on clothing. These dwarves. Seems to be pretty okay, actually. Seems to be pretty okay. Let's jump up here and work on some walls for a little tower. Still don't really know what I'm going to use this tower for, but I'll figure it out eventually. Also, I don't think that Twitch is necessarily focused on communication. They're focused on building the best platform possible. And they do an okay job at it on a good day and a terrible job at it on a bad day. And about the same as every other company like this that exists right now. Like, sometimes they're great, sometimes they're horrible, and there's no in between. Then it's a roll of the dice as to whether or not they're great or terrible. So I named Raz. Who else have I missed? Cajun Bard wanted somebody. Do I actually have a bard? Do, and they're already named. Actually, I have a performer. Aquasar!
Use the tower to advertise the stream's greatness. Thanks for a great 13 months.
I like that logic. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for our friend Aqua? Keeping that sub live for another month. USTUTH. USTUTH. AKA Cajun Bard. So Cajun Bard, a little bit about you. You are married to Nish. You have a son and a daughter and an older brother. 2 parents, and your aunt is in the fort, one of our trappers. No other family in the fort. You worship the pretty... Oh, that's not true. You have a cousin who's one of my woodcrafters. Bunch of deities. So you've been missing / lurking for a while? Yeah, I've gotten that sentiment a lot recently from various people. But it's good to see you around, regardless. Eustace says, the best way to get what you want out of life is to work for it. I would agree with that statement generally, and also that big yawn. Jeez. Wants to practice a craft and feels self-pity after being away from family, but feels pleasure remembering a satisfying acquisition and felt wonder after communicating with one of their gods. Is 98 years old, born on the 26th of Obsidian in the year 56. He has a small build and is very fat. His short sideburns are neatly combed and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is braided and his very long hair is neatly combed. He has a prominent chin and his somewhat tall ears are somewhat splayed out. His hair is black mixed with gray and his skin is dark peach. His eyes are heliotrope. He personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, due to being caught in the rain in the year 152, and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He is very rarely jealous and often sad and dejected, dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He has a calm demeanor and tends to think before acting, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and needs a little excitement now and again. Doesn't handle stress well, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. It tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is often cheerful. Does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Also, we actually have a depressed dwarf, a miner? Really? What do you want? You're dejected after being unable to acquire something for too long. You want to practice martial art. Well, you want to practice martial arts so bad. Go join the squads. We'll see how you do. Meditate on war? I mean, lots of things that dwarves think seem silly to me. Oh, also, there is this that's happening. One of my wax workers was just found dead. Why? Unless this was kind of a while ago. Somebody just tantrum? Looks like somebody just tantrumed. This is a problem. Avenue is tantruming. I think that's 2 dead, actually. Well, removing you from that squad immediately. So a Hammerlord is tantruming. And from what I can tell, immediately killed 1 person. And maimed one of my spear dwarf. Yeah. Just immediately killed somebody. And is now just, like, lying in bed. Oh, that's a second one. It's 2 dead. 3 dead, maybe? Or just 2? Let's place 2 more beds in my hospital. It looks like 2 dead. 3 dead. 3 dead. Hold up. I'm just going to scroll down to here. And just queue up a few more coffins, because I'm going to need to put them somewhere. I was wondering if that person was going to snap, and it seems like they finally have. So Avenue Philanthropist just killed 3 people. So, someone's going to prison, I think. 17 witnesses. Let's give it a minute. That's a lot of blood on the ground. That's a lot of blood in the hallway. Rest list. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. This dwarf could, like, get over top and actually, like, come back around and be good again. But, yeah, that was a very dangerous tantrum. Because it's a hammer lord that tantrumed. Meaning he probably still had his hammer equipped. Upon closer inspection. Nope, he was just punching people. Okay, initially he was a hammer lord using his hammer, and then I took him out of the military. And the second I took him out of the military, he just started punching people. But still didn't save much. Yep, credited with all 3 kills. Near 154. Fortunately, none of them were named, but still sucks. You're going to work? Don't work too hard. You have a good one, man. Human criminal void hunter is visiting. Well, that's gotta be lovely. I haven't named you yet, Freeways. What are you, Gassom? A human poet? Nah. A late what? Can you have a military dwarf? Yes, you can. How does a hammer lord sound? Because that's all I got. You've killed a Kia before, so you're a very good at hammer dwarf. Deduk. D-E-D-U-K. Is that how you spell that? D-E-D-U-K. He is exhilarated after a sparring session and feels satisfied upon improving fighting. I don't think I've already named you, so... Otherwise, you have 2 dwarves now. Is married to Sassbot, so that's good. You're 67 years old, just a few years before you're nice. Oh, you're having a latte, not having a late. I was expecting you to say like a late lunch or like a late breakfast or something. Anyway, is incredibly muscular. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is braided. His short hair is neatly combed, and his nose bridge is very convex. He has a narrow chin, and his lips are thin, and his dark peach skin is wrinkled. He has small-lobed ears are somewhat splayed out, and his hair is black, and his eyes are heliotrope. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and strongly prefers ideas and abstractions over ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He has a low sense of self-esteem, which is why he joined the military, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He is conflicted by this, as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually, and he tends to think before acting, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is trusting and has a calm demeanor. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors, and he tends to consider what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. So that's your dwarf. But the bigger problem is the ones in the basement. New fort? Well, I mean, you're always just in time. This is a new-ish fort, but this world is going to have a lot of new forts in it. That's kind of... The whole shtick of this world is we're playing a faction instead of a single fortress. So this is Umber Bulwark, which is a super isolated, off in the middle of but nowhere fort, and I want to put lots of little fortresses in this giant mountain range and go on adventures from fortress to fortress. Eventually, I want to put a fort up here or around here somewhere and fight with this Necro Tower and kill it. There's lots of areas in this world I want to explore because this world is really big and really cool. Like, this is a neat fucking world. So there's a lot of places I would like to explore in here, including like this just absolutely fucking massive lake that is a good biome. Like, that kind of shit's too cool. Anyway, we just had a tantrum. How long did world creation take? 20 minutes, maybe? I spent more time, like, fiddling with settings than I did actually generating worlds. Alright, so... disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct. 3 counts of murder. Let's see what you get. 29 days in prison and a beating for killing 3 dwarves. Let's see how this goes. You get put on one of the chains. Angry. Guilty. Humiliated. Hopeless. Great. Now you're fucked. Well, there goes Avenue. That dwarf is going to be completely nuts by the time that prison sentence is over. Let's put a new door there and a new door there. Massive Ally is your last name. Apuk Massive Ally. It's a bard. Say no. Oh, I need a traction bench. Should have everything I need to make a traction bench. Should. Needs a splint. You know what? Make 3 splints and 3 crutches. Some dwarves that need their brakes immobilized. Hopefully, we should just have everything we need to make a traction bench. Should. We've fought with quite a few Forgotten Beasts now, and multiple Titans. You know what? I'm getting kind of nervous. Gonna remove visitors. My tavern. Although, I mean, fuck it. Why not? All visitors. We'll leave it. All visitors welcome right now. Although I really should make a second tavern. One above ground for visitors and one below ground for us. One that's just set to citizens only. Because I get kind of nervous about having too many visitors in my fort. Oh, we need more booze. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna remove visitors from the tavern until we get an above ground one. But yeah, world creation for me like never takes that long because I do have a pretty good CPU. The longest worlds to generate are really old, large worlds, which, like, the first 250 years takes, like, 5 minutes. And then after that, it's, like, there's a point where things just slow down. And I've definitely done world generation before where it's like, all right, it's been 6 hours. But it means like I really need to hit like the 700 plus on a large world with a lot of factions in order to actually get that far. You like young worlds anyway? This is a pretty young world. I mean, it's only 100. We started at 150. So we're 4 years into this fort now. Excuse me. But I've already like retired this fortress and taken a break from it. We also got a new mayor just now. Lemuel. Do you have other jobs? Interesting. Also free. You do already have a dwarf, so now you have 2. Congratulations. Oh, huh. My mayor's partner just got elected. That's kind of funny. All right. My mayor's partner just got elected. So I had a mayor for a bit, and the mayor's wife just got elected. That's actually really funny. I don't believe I've ever seen that happen before. Yeah, this guy was our mayor. And they just elected their husband. It's kind of funny. Interested near a fine restraint. Well, not entirely sure what we can do with that dwarf. I think that dwarf is going to get sentenced to prison to swift death. I think is what that dwarf is going to get sentenced to. So let's just find a easy spot to do this. Do the dwarves have a preference for which tavern to use? Nope. All right, I'm going to build a chamber for removing dwarves from existence. I don't generally do this, but I think in this fort we're going to take kind of a hard line approach to crime. I think we'll make this look a little prettier in the future. But it's going to be pretty simple. It's going to be a drawbridge over top of a hole above this, which does, you know, just kind of go down into Nightmare Realm levels eventually. So what we're going to do is there's going to be a lever that's only pullable if you're standing on a bridge. And we will lock them in the room with the lever and then tell them to pull the lever. And they will pull the lever and all in. We'll also have a reset lever just outside so we can unlever it if we wanted to. And there's a cave crocodile vomiting for some reason. Oh yeah, also this world seems to have quite a few vampires in it, just from my experience. It seems to have quite a few vampires in it. And also an absolute shiz ton of vermin. There you go. You seem to be happier about being in the military. Let's hope that you stick that way. Let's dump all of that vermin. Also, another thing we need to do is get those bodies memorialized. So let's try and do that. Anyway, chat, so how's your Wednesday going? I read through the Future of the Fortress post for yesterday that Tarn Adams posted. So I get to, I started editing it last night, but I was just too tired after stream, so didn't finish editing that video. So hopefully I'll get that up and done and happy and fancy and dusted in a little bit, but that's going to take me a bit. Actually get that thing done. Fair few slices of bread with Marmite. Sounds like a good way to spend a Wednesday. Damn, stone located. I think that there's a way to avoid that, in fact. I don't like how close together this whole area is. You had an 8 a.m. meeting and went back to bed. Yeah, that's relatable. I just put this right here. Absolutely could. Let's just put this right here. I don't need to make it that big. So we're going to put a lever here. You know what? I know how I'm going to. So the funny part about this is if they balance it right, there is a chance that they could, like, survive. Actually, cancel that. There. You feel so good this morning you actually got the right amount of sleep. That's such an enviable position to be in. It's like, there's a point in your life where it's just like, man, I slept well. This doesn't happen. Such a weird feeling. Also, did I build that traction bench? Yes, I did. Now we can fix the rest of those dwarves. Probably take him a second to run over here, but... Unforbid those extra chairs. Let them finish making that. Here comes that traction bench. And they are still tending to dwarves. Another section of road has collapsed. Alright, so that dwarf is serving their prison sentence. And how are you doing? Guilty after confined. You killed 3 dwarves. Punishment will be swift and hot. Swift, I do say. Yeah, my day so far today was highlighted by so I woke up. That was an accomplishment. After I woke up this morning, I kind of felt crappy. So I went and decided to take a shower and felt massively better. So that was a good decision, was taking a shower. So I took a shower, and now I feel significantly less crappy. So that's how my day's gone. I felt like shit, so I took a shower, and now I feel significantly less like shit, and it's good. It's amazing how, like, just taking a shower can, like, fix your day. Thus far, I'd say. Aqua. I got asked by an elderly lady if I was afraid of her because I made room to pass on the pavement. Oh no. I would be so worried with how that conversation would end if that were me. Although people don't generally talk to me, and when they do, I don't generally notice, because I usually have headphones in at a volume that I wouldn't hear people talking to me if they spoke at me on the pavement. Your 3-year anniversary with your wife? Congrats. All right. So this is going to just be a retracting drawbridge. I wonder, actually. Let's just cut these out. I'm just curious about something. You love scaring chemistry. Do you mean scaring or scarring? Because that seems dangerous. It's like, the way you wrote that, it kind of reads like, I like hurting people. All right. Now, can I still build this? Without the flooring there? Oh my god, I can. Cool. All right. Make this drawbridge out of silver. That's sad. Yeah, it's just how my brain read it. Scaring is scaring, but I just was kind of wondering the way you wrote that. No scars, no scarring. I know, but that's how I read it when I read that. But fishery workers cancel store. I love how they're just filling all of my fucking barrels up with fish. Useless. Fill them up with something useful. Morons. Sounds like a good school. Rabicus. Lovely. I actually, at one point, decided to look up a percentage count of the number of people that I knew growing up who have offed themselves, and I just kind of stopped at a point and decided it's not something that I don't want to talk about. So I'd rather change the subject if that would be okay with you, Krabicus. I've lost too many people. Years. I used to have friends. Now most of them are dead. It's kind of that reality. And I kind of don't want to talk about that if possible. I think it says a lot about your school system. Especially in a world where I'm literally building a way to kill dwarves who've committed crimes in this fort. Some parts of society more than others. Gamer. Knowing what country Gravicus is from. Jack, can we get a round of beers so I can stare at something that isn't this chat? I am definitely building a drop chamber, yep. This whole faction seems kind of brutal, considering the majority of them don't seem to care. I mean, I have coffee, not water. But that emote is just real good at clearing chat, Yoshi. All it really is. It's what would you prefer? Would you prefer I press the clear chat button? Or would you prefer I ask for a round of beers? Because I choose to ask for a round of beers. We got a single migrant because we're at our unit cap until we get more bedrooms built. You mean like the hell? Like what? You're gonna have to elaborate a little bit more, Robotic Ronald. Can't say I have, Stone. How's the above part of the fort going? Fine when it's not getting attacked by titans. We had like 5 total yesterday. Like 3 a year or so. So, nothing so far today, but... They look sad? Why do they look sad? Oh, it's just lava. Like, literally, it's just above a lava flow. Like that. That's beneath it. So it's just going to drop them into the middle of that. Which is a pretty continuous lava flow, which is slowly filling up this entire cavern layer. And also slowly filling up my lava reservoir. Although I think I might need another... I might need more flowing in here. I might actually just grab from right there, just like channel up. Well, not all the mushrooms are growing out of the lava, just some of them. Goats is working on the... Hey, one of my hunters is hunting a Drafla. But I think we're also gonna give this thing double duty of also disposing of our garbage. Oopsies, I almost spilled my coffee. Also, I need to do this. Get those bodies put into tombs. Yep, 1, 2. Looks like they're on it. How long have I been playing DF? Define playing. Like playing competently? It's 5 years? Incompetently since 09? (2009) would be my first encounter with the game and installing it. Do you have a picture? No? Diamond Destruct has grown attached to a bronze shield. You finishing that building construction? You're late to the party. When did you first discover Dwarf Fortress? Chat, round question. When did you first hear about or download Dwarf Fortress? Because I downloaded it right after I heard about it. But when did you first hear about the existence of this weird-ass game thing? 2 weeks ago? How did you hear about Dwarf Fortress 2 weeks ago? Video? Internet? People? Don't remember? That's fair. Yeah. On my podcast recently, we had a topic which was, what is the history of your usernames and have you had any past usernames? And I recited like, I don't know, half a dozen usernames from over the years. And everybody's like, how do you remember all of these? Like, how? I don't know. They're just in there somewhere. Well, that's done. Let's see. Where is this dwarf? Oh, you're already tantruming again. Great. Please don't kill anybody. Fighting with somebody now. Oh, that looked painful. Seems to be in hospital. Stukos the Mason. Right knee is mangled beyond recognition. Ooh, and her lower leg is broken. Broke her leg. What a fucking guy. Right, is no longer tantruming. Fortunately, doesn't look like he got a third one. Yep, Quill did stream this 2 weeks ago. Uh-oh, we also just got a possession. Hold up. All of that strange mood. Claims a crafts dwarf shop. Seems to be a cook. It wouldn't be automod, because automod is disabled, meaning you're probably using a banned term. Couldn't tell you what the banned term is, because, like, the problem that I have with automod is, like, you still see it, right? So if I don't want to see something in my chat, I just add it to the banned terms list, because if I put it in automod, man, that person's still bleeding. That's quite the injury. If I put it in automod, I still see it, so what's the point? You know, it's kind of funny, because a while ago, somebody in chat bet that most of the people who watch my streams don't play Dwarf Fortress. And I posted a poll on YouTube, and the far and away vast majority of you guys have at least played the game. Which surprised a few people. I think it's kind of funny. We're putting that dwarf back in prison for another 30 days. Can't chain avenue, could not find path. You're just like completely surrounded. There you go. Dwarf is protesting. I first heard about it when somebody compared RimWorld with DF. I wouldn't compare RimWorld with DF. As somebody who has thousands of hours in RimWorld and thousands of hours in DF, I wouldn't compare the two. It's a silly comparison to make. RimWorld sold itself off of the Bay 12 forums. Its original Kickstarter was very heavily promoted on the Bay 12 forums, saying that it was trying to be... or inspired by Dwarf Fortress, which some elements of it are. but in practice, there is very little Dwarf Fortress in RimWorld. The most Dwarf Fortress that you get in RimWorld is kind of the way the art is generated. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? RimWorld's a terrible fucking storyteller. That part, it is really bad at it. In comparison with any games that do a good job of that. There's a couple. RimWorld's really bad at that. Really bad. Because none of your stories have any actual importance or impact on the world. Meaning, yeah, you can play it that way, but it's really bad at that. It's probably the worst example of that style of gameplay that you could find. Inuul has begun a mysterious construction. And there is a very specific reason why no other games compete with Dwarf Fortress in that regard. And it's because of the fact that Dwarf Fortress generates a world and history that you can explore. None of the games that attempt to be like Dwarf Fortress do that. Meaning, like, they've missed the point of what makes Dwarf Fortress cool. So, the reason people compare RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress is because RimWorld had some pretty genius marketing on its get-go, on the initial bit. And, like, you know, I do a lot of stuff with RimWorld every year. Like, I help work on and organize a charity event called the Hot Potato Challenge, which raised close to $100,000 for Doctors Without Borders last year, and that is purely a RimWorld based event. So, like, I do have some stake in that game, but as a game to play, especially comparing to Dwarf Fortress, it's just a silly comparison to make. Lots of great stories to tell. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing. And people really wanted them. RimWorld was the first game to come out that used the inspired by Dwarf Fortress tag that wasn't Minecraft, right? Minecraft was the other one. But Minecraft, the only thing that it really took from Dwarf Fortress was the way the world is generated. That's it. Right? And then they put in pickaxes and called it Dwarfort. It's kind of like glue on gears and call it steampunk. But in practice, it's like Minecraft's kind of nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, but like that is 1/3 of Dwarf Fortress, right? So people compare RimWorld to DF because there is some colony management, okay? And there is some storytelling elements. Very light, very uninteresting, and it's only really capable of telling about a dozen stories. Right? It's gotten better with that DLC, but that game's expensive with that DLC. Dwarf Fortress has its base building element, its world generation element, and history element, and adventure mode. Which lead to 3 parts of a game that nothing can compete with. Because nothing has those other 2 parts. What they'll do is they'll be like, we have like adventure mode, which is sort of like what Caves of Cud does, where it's like it's a roguelike. And it's a very good one of those. But you don't have the part where you can go build a city, right? It's such a bad comparison because it cheapens what RimWorld does well, which is the base building and the strategy elements, which is what RimWorld does well. It's a very good like base building strategy game. But everybody touts it as this story generator, and unless you've played a good story generator, it just makes me sad to see that, because to me that just means you haven't seen a good story generator. And that makes me so sad, because... Anyway. Inuul, the Woodburner, has created Zareth Gises, I don't know how to say that, a lime round wood toy boat, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Cybrock Webdoiled. Well, that's adorable. What's that? Where is it, you? You is... Right... Where? Right where? Right there. This is a round lime wood toy boat. Our craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned slate cabochons and encircled with bands of round clear tourmalines and cabochons and crundled bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and menaces with spikes of silver. On the item is an image of Dastot Kadiate, the dwarf in macadamia, and a macadamia wood bed in round lime wood. Kadiate is raising the macadamia wood bed. The artwork relates to the masterful macadamia wood bed created by the dwarf Dastot for the Arches of Wisdom at Umber Bulwark in the early summer of 153. But I don't know. At the end of the day, like, RimWorld's a great game. It really, really, really is. But the comparisons with Dwarf Fortress are bloody false advertising. They really are. The community made that game, and the broken promises destroyed it. My actual beef with RimWorld, and I do have beef with RimWorld. My beef with RimWorld is the development team throughout the Kickstarter, early access phases, betas, and right up until 1.0 promised 3 things. Very blatant promises. There would never be paid DLC. The game would never go on sale. And they would never implement mods whole hog into the game without completely overhauling them. Since then, they've hired a modder, put the game on sale, and have 2 very expensive DLC packs that add very poor adaptations of mechanics that Dwarf Fortress has. That's my beef with that game. That's my beef with that game. Also, that game has sold, like, what, 3 million copies? They could make that game for free forever and open source it and never have to work again for the rest of their lives. They're doing just fine. And that kind of irks me. Factorio actually did, I think. I've never been into Factorio, so I don't know what Factorio has promised. But I've always gotten the gist that Factorio's been pretty good on their word for that sort of thing. And what are you trying to do, Avenue? You know, let's try putting you into this squad, just as a test, to see if that fixes it. Because you're just resisting arrest to a point where literally can't handle it. I might just need to expel him. Let's just do that. He's just leaving, grabbing a drink, and he's heading out. Yeah, I know very little about Factorio's development because I've never been big into that game. All right. But yeah, if you make promises like that, don't be surprised if I take issue the way you develop your game. If you go back on promises like that. It's like an example of like what the things that I would like to see developers hold up on for promises is like the developer of Songs of Six. I did an interview with him recently, and he straight up stated, he's like, when I'm done working on this game, I'm going to open source it. If he goes back on that statement, that promise, and he said that in multiple places. If he went back on that, I would probably take the same stance. I would get the same beef, and I would like be just as annoyed with that. A thief has stolen a nice mug. Oh, right, yeah, that's because of the fucking the guy that I just expelled. You're a thief now. Just can't have that dwarf around. An old man is fighting with a cave blob. The battle of our time. I'm not sure where this blob. I think the blob's dead. All that yellow stuff is cave blob juice. Cave blob stuff. It's disgusting. But that being said, I've just been doing a lot of rambling about how much I take issue with RimWorld stuff. If you do actually have questions about this game or want help getting into it, just give me a shout, because I can probably explain most things at this point. Relatively good at that. There's also the benefit where this game's free. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly with RimWorld, I played it too much. I see all of the holes, and I think way too much about the games that I play, and I notice things like going back on promises and whatnot. And that stuff just sticks and it hurts, and I don't like it. And if I see a lot of that, it's just eventually it just kind of comes to a point where it's like, I just don't want to take part in this anymore. That's kind of what happened with Rim. And I know I'm not alone there. There's other people that have similar takes on the game as me. It's like, as great as many elements of that game are, I only have so much tolerance for things. Could dig up to here, right there. You know what? I've got a pretty neat idea. RimWorld was a great promise? I wouldn't even say it was just a great promise. Like, RimWorld was and is a pretty fucking phenomenal game. It still is. It's just there's enough things that annoy me about it now that I don't really want to play it anymore. And there's enough points that I genuinely believe are borderline false advertising with that game, where it's just like, you know, Tarn said something interesting when I spoke with him recently. He's the developer of this. And that is, he hasn't really explored into the world of games that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress too much, right? Like, you know, there's No Moria, there's Odd Realm, there's Towns, there's RimWorld, there's, if you want to take a real far stretch, there's things like Starmancer and Space Haven. There's also, you know, Oxygen Not Included. There's more recently, like King Under the Mountain. Like, there's quite a few games now. And he stated that he's not too familiar with any of those games, but he thinks that their existence is nothing but positive for Dwarf Fortress, which I do tend to agree with. Like, those games existing, net positive for Dwarf Fortress. But I do think that there is one issue, which is there are parts of Dwarf Fortress now that people expect from Dwarf Fortress that have never been mechanics that Dwarf Fortress has had. There are some things now that people are like, oh, I can't wait to do this in Dwarf Fortress because they do it in Rim or because they do it in this other game. And it's like, well, that's not a mechanic that Dwarf Fortress has ever had. And so I think that there actually is going to be some of that concern, which is what actually worries me. Is like, there are some people that are like expecting certain things and features and play styles that are in RimWorld, but are not in Dwarf Fortress and have never been in Dwarf Fortress. I'm a little worried about that. But also, hey, Minstrel, what's up? How's thing? How many was the last game you played? Yeah, that's I think the one that hurt my brain the most when they're like, we're making a game that's inspired by Dwarf Fort, which they did say a couple of times in their marketing for that thing. That completely like shut my brain off for a minute when I heard that the first time. I was like, how? On the bus home? Hell yeah. Don't use all your data on me though. Like, my brain compares Oxygen Not Included more with, like, Kerbal. It's like, that's a science game for smart people. That's how my brain, acknowledges Oxygen Not Included. All right, so right here, build a downstair. Upstairs. We're at one underneath. Actually, you know what? Let's just dig these out and we'll channel them after. Unlimited data? Hell yeah. We don't have that in Canada. I actually, like, just lowered the amount of data on my plan just because, like I'm not using any of this shit. So now it's like I pay significantly less for 2 gigs of data instead of 10 gigs. I don't need more. I can up it later. For Songs of Six, yeah, because it's the whole game. I tell everybody to download the demo for Songs of Six. It's like, if you want to try this game, just download the demo, because literally, like, the demo is the whole game. Never mind, that's actually not, like, really a valid option. Actually, if I dig up here... Do it this way. Let's dig up there, an up ramp. Up there, another up ramp. How deep is this? This is 3 of 7? And I can channel down from up here. Problem is I don't really have a way of getting back. Because this is how deep? Of 7. This is 4 of 7. It's just putting up, down stair here. Up, down. Down, and then that'll be our way out. Figure out how to set this up. Actually, I know exactly how I'm going to set this up. So many games, so many sales. Spend your money wisely on games that deserve it. Don't support crap, because crap just brings more crap. Buy good games that you're interested in and the genres that you like. You know, actually, it's like how this is kind of an interesting discussion, because it's like, this is where, like, me as a creator, right? I try very hard to support games that people won't feel ripped off by when they buy. What's the plan for this fort? Everything not long death you've heard be played by here. So this fort is existing, or rather this world. We're not really playing this particular fortress. We're playing this faction, which is the Crimson Pulley. This is just the first leg of this faction that we're playing. But the focus of this is to be the opposite of Long Death. So Long Death is one fort, not a lot of wars, very calm, just kind of like dwarven drama, and that's basically it. This fort is full of monsters, full of wars, full of crazy stuff, and lots of massive haunted biomes and other various things. This map that we are playing currently is the first fortress I want to do in this world. I have a bunch of other spots I want to put fortresses in, and we've retired this fortress once so far, but we're going to retire it a second time today to run some adventures around and do that sort of thing. Basically just like everything that Long Death isn't, to keep interest up, and still doing Long Death, just like less frequently, I suppose. Why are you really going all the way around? Okay. Coin. There's some coins all over the map, so I'm just gonna sell those. Sell some clothing. I have a cave crocodile, apparently. I want to say crafts, including the artifact. Don't care. Where was I? What was I working on? Right, I was putting more lava into my forge. So I can get that lava forge up and running so I don't need to worry about having trees chopped down all the time. And Rith is my liaison from the mountain homes. I've updated my maps. I'm just going to keep requesting steel anvils because that's the only thing I really think that I need currently, aside from maybe shields. I say farewell. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Checking the news, see what's going on. Looks like the Necromancer Tower is still invading people over at the mountain home. We've got some religious people taking over jobs. Yep, more of those. Anything outside? Nothing super known. Oh shit, still refugees down in the human towns. I bought the starter pack and invested... So you made the money to buy the rest? Huh. Interesting. See, I can't buy stock in any video game companies. And there's a reason for that. Conflict of interest. So I have to be real careful about doing stuff like that. Then we're gonna run this over this way. How many floor grates? Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Wood floor grate. Build a wooden floor grate. We'll burn it out real quick. I think that that's the biggest problem I've ever seen written in text with Stellaris and Paradox's model. The fact that you had to buy stock in the company and wait for their value to go up so that you could afford to pay for the rest of the DLCs. It's like, I generally support the DLC model like that, DLC models like that, because it's like, oh, it's the old-fashioned expansion pack model. The problem is they come out too frequently and there's too many of them. So in theory, I like that model, but in practice, it never works as well as I would want it to. And like in a world where I have the base game for Stellaris, and that is it. So the rest of the DLC is what? $128? And that's 50% off for most of it? Yeah, that to me just describes a problem with Paradox's business model. Yeah, and I also think that capitalism is bad and we should set it on fire. So, fuck rich people. That's basically it. We need empty cages. I don't have too many full cages. Slaughtering the animals we caught in our cages. You're not stealing from the rich by investing in companies. Don't make that mistake. Don't think that's what you're doing, because you're not. You're perpetuating the ongoing problem of price gouging people out of the market, which is why NFTs are so popular. But the quest to make all of the money. Man, they really want empty cage. I'm trying to give you empty cages. That's not the discussion we're having, gamer. You're perpetuating this discussion by quoting Warren Buffett. So that will work, or should work. Go down to here. Put a door right there. Start channeling. Unfortunately, the only way to not participate in a system that you hate is to not participate. But now we're just waiting for dwarves to show up. There you are. 1, 2. Let's do 3 and 4. Double check down bottom that we're clear. We're clear. Now it's just a matter waiting for that door to show up. Human pikeman just showed up. I wonder where that is. Place that as well. Although they'll probably use the wrong one, so I will forbid those two. Don't. There's the door in place. And another single migrant has arrived, which is fine. I brought a cow. Speaking of migrants, how's this dwarf doing? Doing all right. Anyway, chat, does anybody want to change the subject? I'm open to ideas for other things to discuss. Placing that door. Gotta be. Just gonna assume somebody's going. Gotta be. Okay, well, they've placed that door. And they canceled the fortification I queued up. Come on. Place that fortification. You shitwits. Chat, I had to do this already once today, but I don't want to stare at what's in the chat anymore. Can I get a round of beers? Just as a means of resetting discussion. I love the fact that that the giant mushrooms underground can just like grow in lava. Like this one that just appeared right there. All right, now that we're up top, I don't think it's gonna spill down. It might. It'll be fine. They're naturally cold, if I'm not mistaken, right? Welcome to stream, Marius. Was going to put a wood grate there, but now I'm just not. All right, now you are going to place that right there. Or not, because it's going to flow faster than I wanted it to. All right, well, it's flowing. Anybody coming to place that? I'm pretty sure Nethercap is lava safe. I know people have told me to Use nether cap for... There you go. I know people have told me to use nether cap for pumping lava before. All right, well, lava now fall down here. Now we have 2 ways of getting lava in here. Let's see how deep this is. 3 of 7? Well, over out here is 5 of 7. Of 7? 7 of 7. Cool. So it should just start flowing down. You've got to look into that. Yeah, I've had some people talk about that because it is naturally cold, which is something that more or less just like ignored as a mechanic for me. But I know is a thing, and I've had people tell me that it's a thing, so I believe them. I need empty cages again. I need to just make more cages. Well, that'll probably bring in enough extra lava that we can just enjoy having a forge. Nether cap is always 0 C. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So it's like you can make stuff and put it under lava out of nether cap. There we go. There's now 2 things that are filling this. That should be more. I said that this other one would be more than enough, and I was wrong, so. Although this one might be enough, it's just going to take 10,000 actual years to fill. Might not be dragon-proof, but it can do any... Oh, nothing is dragon-proof, though. You can have, like, a drawbridge made of obsidian, and a dragon will eviscerate it. New fort? Yeah, not much is up. Mostly just long death has gotten a little long in the tooth for a lot of people. Like, it's a lot of the same, not a lot of variety. So we've started a new fort. Not new fort, but new world where I'm not playing this particular fort, but the faction. So we've done a couple of adventurers already. And we're going to build multiple forts, primarily like through this mountain range and like up to here. But because we fiddled a bit with the world generation, this is a very interesting world. And I want to explore it a bit. So we're going to spend some time in this world, I think. So, yeah. I mean, I played Long Death yesterday, so it's like not like Long Death ain't going anywhere. It's just scheduling for it has changed and trying to vary it up a little bit. Colorful map? Yeah. Lots of big mountains, lots of big rivers, lots of rainfall. But yeah, that seems to be perfect. Issue that I have with this world is there's too much fucking vermin. Too much fucking vermin. Far too much fucking vermin. Oh, never mind. I apparently totally missed trading. Whoops. Took them forever to set up last time, so I waited until mid-autumn, but apparently I waited too long. So you can start an angel adventurer? That's not a huge priority for me, although I know Pythania has done that a few times. God damn, there's so much crap right there. We're cleaning out all of the excess. And that's still filling. Excellent. You love Long Death, but yeah, no, exactly. Like, I get it. Long Death is a really neat project, but I think we should keep it as it is, which is a neat project and not a neat project that, like, kills my stream. So, Long Death is fun, but gotta change it up every so often. You've sat up and thought about what you wanted to say about Long Death. You think it's awesome, but the fact that the Fortress is so low, projects take longer than they should. Projects take longer than they should, partially because the Fortress population is so low, but also partially because of how delicate the Fortress population is. Like, it is a very fine balance between, like, if I just overwork them for 6 months, they'll kill each other. And it's like, if I do that, then I lose the fort. So it is, I don't know. It's a glacial pace, and Dwarf Fortress is already kind of a slow game. Has the prisoner been executed yet? I actually expelled him because I was running into some weird errors or weird issues where he was stronger than the guard that was trying to arrest him, so I ended up just putting him out. All because of the maxed out death ticker? Yep. If I could get migrants in that fortress, I wouldn't have any problems with the speed, because I would be able to just let dwarves die if I needed to, or just expel dwarves, or like dwarves would suddenly become like not fully expendable, but more expendable again, right? Like that's the issue with Long Death, is that none of the dwarves are expendable. So because none of the dwarves are expendable and I have no expendable assets for that fortress, the only thing I can really do if shit gets bad is fix them. And that is a very time-consuming thing to do in Dwarf Fortress, is fixing broken dwarves. So it's, and also then a lot of them then suddenly they can't do the same labors because they are getting their brains rewired, and like half of my dwarves can't haul in that fortress because if they haul too much, they will go nuts. Stuff like that. And it's just like, I love the conversations I can have during that fort because it's basically just chatting at this point, right? But you know, at the end of the day, I stream video games and I have to entertain people. So we can have our weird projects, but I think, like, I've kind of expected Long Death to do this for a while now, which is where it just kind of becomes a weird side project. And I think that's just what it has to be, is a weird side project. I mean, Sethatos, I'm sure that you took breaks from Archcrystal too. In fact, I know you did. So, besides, this isn't really a break. It's more just like a throwing a wrench into the schedule, trying to still play around the same amount. Still want to get it done, so. Build more beds. All right. All right. Apparently I missed that. We'll smooth that, please. Throw more beds in. Let's get back to it. you would take a break, but since you weren't streaming it and it was mostly almost fully automated, I mean, Long Death is almost fully automated. You would just run it in the background and not pay attention. I mean, if I wasn't streaming Long Death, I would just have Long Death up all the time. Like, I'd wait, like, if I didn't stream full time and this wasn't my job, I would just have Long Death running like 5-6 hours a day. And like lightly pay attention to it and just set it so that it pauses when anything major happens. Like pause when a season rolls over. Pause when, I don't know, a visitor shows up. Pause when a siege happened. Pause when any kind of creature shows up. All of that. Putting chests in bedrooms so the dwarves have places to store their crafts and toys. Like, it would effectively be a screensaver at this point. But right now, it's like, it does serve as like an excellent place to do real quick tutorials for people who want to learn Dwarf Fortress. Realize there's an extra one in here. Get rid of that. Oops, wrong button. And you know, things like I can't retire Long Death. Which also make Long Death kind of difficult. I can't, like, go explore the rest of the world. What is the plan? I mean, Long Death is already a version behind. Long Death would stay the same. I mean, it's not going to be compatible. Tarn has said as much. So probably what would happen is it would continue being the weird side project that it is right now. It would stay about the same level of priority as it is currently. It would be something I do in the evenings sometimes. A couple times a week. And we'll put you there. And add indoors. There's going to be a lot of furniture construction in the next 2 minutes. But everybody's about to get a nice big bedroom upgrade. That'll be good. All right, here they all come. I love just like that lag spike while everybody figures out who's grabbing what. But yeah, no, the new version of Dwarf Fortress, like the premium versions, are not going to be compatible with current saves. Enough has been changed with the game that we know they won't be. Hey, Bulsan! My human adventurer wants to join Umber Bulwark. Welcome to the fort, bud. Pretty talented craftshuman. Everybody's constructing buildings, my gosh. Currently there's a pop limit of 90, but once I have enough bedrooms, we're going to crank it up to 200. I usually put the pop limit somewhere between 50 and 120 for the first, like, 5 years, and then I put it at the normal. I like playing that way with, like, a slower start because I'm not here to min-max, so I don't care about, like, hyper-managing everything. I prefer these slower starts to forts. Let me just expand this a bit. Yeah. I think that that's actually one of the bigger problems I have with Dwarf Fortress is the fact that it doesn't ramp up your population a little slower. Just as a game, it kind of makes no sense the way it currently operates. I don't trust this dwarf. Also, I don't really understand why they do this, but these wagons just get stuck here. I kind of have, like, no idea as to why. But they've gotten stuck here a few times. I'm going to try placing the trading depot, like, down on the bottom side. Maybe it's an access problem. Actually, no, let's put it over here. Maybe it's an access problem. Maybe my doorways are too small. Yeah, now they're stuck. All right. Good for you, I suppose. They should be able to leave. These dwarves are real bad at driving their wagons, I think. They'll probably move the next time a Titan shows up. Kind of just waiting for a Titan to show up at this point because of how many we've had thus far. And it makes no sense that we haven't seen one yet today, based on yesterday. Interesting. I feel like that would be very unlikely, but it's possible. I feel like I knew that, but yeah, I that would be very, 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 very unlikely to have happened. Because there's nobody that could have taken over it.
And we have killed him, Mia.
How are you doing, cutest? Hope things are well. Or as well as they can be for your part of the world. But no, this is the second time they've gotten stuck. Yeah, no, that would imply that my mountain home had been killed. And the only thing that the evil guys here are invading are hillixes. Not even my most important forts at all, so. The Fresh Sack is the name of that government. Now that you're all aware of that, let's get back to our fort. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that wagon, but something's up with that wagon. Like, on the internet in general or in your country? Because I feel like it's the only thing I see on Reddit every time I wake up right now. Like, oh, by the way, Russia's going to attack Ukraine. And every time I look at that, I'm like, this feels like propaganda. Yeah, it's a cute fort. Might delete later, though. Not actually planning to delete it. I just had to say that because you said it was a cute fort. Let's place some more tables. What's the thing you say? Felt cute, might delete later, right? Well, I mean, half the shit I see on Reddit, it's like I keep seeing pictures of kids being taught how to shoot rifles in the Ukraine, and I always look at them like, it just feels like propaganda to garner sympathy from the rest of the world. Not like something that's actually happening, and then doing a little bit of research seems to say as much. So, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about the whole thing. Half of it feels like propaganda, and then the other half is just like, that's really accurate. I don't know. It's weird times. Try to avoid it all. That seems like a wise way to spend your life. Being completely oblivious to what's going on in the world. All right. Don't like working on that tower. Finicky. All right, so everybody should have nicer bedrooms. Make these available. Yeah, of course you're right. You have no rights. You only have wrongs. All right. Let's fly down to... there. It's still filling. Love seeing the melted gems. It's literally that. It's melted pyrite. I like big open areas, so I make big open areas. I don't need big open areas. I don't make big open areas. But best for frame rate is bigger, more open areas in my experience. I make rooms I like looking at. That is the only real logic. Not sure what that has to do with anything, gamer. Prugs is a cool dude, though. Yeah, I've been considering deleting Reddit. Like, all of it? Like, the entire website? I still don't understand why that's relevant. Is that the only way people go to sleep where you're from, is watching the news? I go to sleep by lying down and closing my eyes. Don't need outside entertainment to do that. Never have, never will. Right. It's like, I've just reading that sentence of, I've been considering deleting Reddit. It's like, huh, like all of it. I don't know. I use /r Vancouver way too much, and I use Reddit for work way too much. So Reddit at this point is kind of like Twitter for me, where it's kind of impossible for me to reasonably delete it. Although Reddit added this feature recently, which freaks me out. They show views now. So this is a post that I put on the Vancouver subreddit the other day, or last night, of just these two photos from Seymour. And this fucks me up. I don't like this. I don't want to know. I don't want to know how many impressions it's gotten. That's freaky. Put a TV in your bedroom? Have fun never sleeping again. I only have one room. Yeah, it's only for the submitter. Only the person who submits the post sees that, yeah. Oh, hey, Forgotten Beast. I decided relatively recently that TVs are a waste of time, so I threw up my TV. Actually, I recycled my TV. The Forgotten Beast, Unzo, has come, a great quadruped composed of green glass. It has a pair of branching antennae and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. Well, that's kind of terrifying. Although, actually, it might not be able to get to us because there's a lot of lava. Yeah, I think it's stuck back there. Meaning we have to go to it. Unless it's lava-proof. Yeah, I think it's stuck back there. I was like... unless it's like able to jump from tree to tree to tree to tree. I don't think it is. All right, well, it's time to dig a tunnel, to dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, to dig a tunnel. Except I'm gonna have to dig underneath that, which means it's gonna be a whole lot of nope. So I'm actually gonna go down here. And then we're gonna dig a tunnel, 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 dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel, dig. Any candy yet? No, I haven't gone after that. I could. I mean, this map is actually like very shallow. It's like right there. Just kind of haven't bothered. Dwarf Fortress gets to a point where it becomes so easy that it's boring to me, and candy's usually around the time that happens. You don't like to get alone with your thoughts? That's what drugs are for. But yeah, no, I get you. Interrupted by Honey Badger. Quick, cancel everything. The arch enemy of everybody is here. Honey Badgers. There it is. Kill it with axes. Or never mind, they got it already. Somebody got it with a pick, I think. Honey Badger. Never mind, just got punched. Got punched in the head. The engraver punches the honey badger in the head with his left hand, and the injured part collapses. Well, I know. Cutest, I know. I'm sure melatonin's legal where you're at. That's drugs. Once you know the threat, it's easy to counter them, which is why you're interested in myths and magic. I mean, you can practically have that. Just annoy some necromancers at year 1000, and then weird fleshy blobs show up that shoot webs and fire for some reason, and you're like, what the fuck is that? So we're getting there. Sugar? Sugar should do the opposite of sleep. Sugar is like an energy stimulant. What? It should wake you up. It's like a chamomile tea, on the other hand. That's a calming effect, whereas like sugar is the opposite of a calming effect. All right, so we're gonna be fighting this thing up top side here. But yeah, I submitted that post last night just to see what the numbers would look like on it this morning, because I knew it would get upvotes, because like it's a pretty sunset photo in Vancouver, so Vancouverites are gonna upvote the crap out of that because they love that sort of stuff. Pretty photos of Vancouver is a good way to get karma on the Vancouver subreddit. So I was very curious to see how many clicks a post like that would get, and turns out 17,000 views. But anyway, wave depletion. Why have you been considering deleting Reddit, out of curiosity? Sunsets and bike theft photos? Not so much the bike theft photos these days, I don't think. A lot of like, missing cat! I found a cat! Whose cat is this? Photos pop up quite a bit. Sunset and DF, it's just a screenshot of DF. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Yeah, I don't know. To me, like, Reddit is full of so many fucking cesspools, but also at the same time, it is such a helpful platform in so many fucking ways. Like, I don't trust it for world news generally, but like for games related things, Jesus Christ, it's helpful. All right, so the second we punch through this wall, it's gonna pop. Yeah, so don't go to the front page. That's like saying Twitch is kind of like crappy reality TV on if you go to the front page, which is, yeah, kind of true. Don't go to the front page of Twitch. It's not great. A lot of the content up there is not great. But if you go digging, you can find some really good stuff. And Reddit's kind of similar to that for me. Is that lava? Yes. All right. And winter has arrived on the calendar. To petty arguments and stressful news? I don't know. The thing about Reddit is it's so customizable. You know? Like, Twitter, it's kind of like, even with TweetDeck and whatnot, it's kind of impossible to avoid the bullshit. Same with Facebook. Like, it's kind of impossible to avoid that stuff. But on Reddit, there's like, I don't know. Reddit is just too useful to me. Like, I really enjoy using Reddit, but I understand like why some people would just be like, nope. I understand the sentiment. So Unsno, which is of course a forgotten beast with spittle. It's a great quadruped composed of green glass, and it has a pair of branching antennae and a bloated body. It's right here, and it now has access to my fort. So here it comes. So it's gonna come around the corner. There's a cat out front. Cat dodges behind. It fires at you a shot. Let's follow Sasspot. All right. So the dwarves come around the corner. Looks like we're all in a single file line. Forgotten Beast. Hammerlord punched him. All right. And the attack glances away, but it does pull the right leg. Another Hammerlord punches the Forgotten Beast in the front leg with his silver warhammer. That the attack glances away. So it seems like no so much luck. Let's let the game run for a second. More of them pile on top. It seems to be doing a pretty good job of missing. They're punching it a whole lot and bashing it as well. Most of the Warhammer attacks are glancing away, which is the problem with glass. But once we start to fracture it, it should just fall to pieces, hopefully. It's Midnight and Human? Interesting. It's the Midnight Beast. It's a pop group. Certainly pushing my dwarves around. It's charging at a Hammerlord and he's jumping away. So it kept charging at the Hammerlord and he kept vaulting backwards. Hammerlord punches the Forgotten Beast in the right lower leg. The Force bends the neck. There we go. Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with his silver warhammer. The Force bends the neck. The Hammerlord strikes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with his iron shield, but the attack glances away. Charges back in. The Hammerlord scratches the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot, fracturing it. That's what we like to see. Hammerlord punches the Forgotten Beast in the left hand, but the attack glances away. Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with her silver warhammer, fracturing it. That's what we want to see. And misses. It's still enraged. They're mostly glancing away. No major injuries yet. They seem to be doing a really good job dodging everybody. For this fort, Freeways, I don't have any plans for mega projects in this fort. This fort is purely... this fort is purely a portion of what's going to become a network of forts to run adventurers between and do other things. So I don't really have any major projects planned for this fort because I'm going to be retiring it and reclaiming it a lot. In fact, we're going to retire it today. A Hammerlord bites the Forgotten Beast in the right leg, fracturing it. That's what I like to see. Hammerlord bites the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, fracturing it. All right. Looks like we are getting close to winning. Watch some of them fly into lava. How's this beast doing? Or how is you doing? Very fractured. Okay. I just need you to shatter. This is actually a really tough one. Forgotten Beast bashes the Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his silver warhammer, but the attack glanced away. Like, this is the problem. It's like all of my attacks are just glancing away. Stop using hammers then, use teeth. Clearly, yeah, they need to practice their biting. Look at this fight. Look at how long it's going. Oy vey, stay away from the lava. Oh no, cat has been found dead. Excuse me? Well, so there was a cat in this mess. The cat died. I'm gonna forbid that cat corpse for the time being. Ooh. One of my Hammerlords was found dead. That's not good. There's fire on the ground. Two of my Hammerlords, including Sasspot, were killed. Rest in peace, Sasspot. Still on top of the thing. You guys are going to need to get out of there. Let's see. Huddle died. The other cat died. And Ral the Hammerlord died. But the Forgotten Beast is very fractured. Very fractured. In a lot of pieces. All right, so they're still damaging it. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his silver warhammer, fracturing it. These dwarves are going to get a lot dedicated, and it's dead. And the area where the fight took place is burning. So in total, we lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including cats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals. And the surface here burns. Rest in peace, dwarves. You fought well. Something caused lava to splash in there. 2 weeks. When you reclaim a fort, the game forwards time by 2 weeks. And whenever you make a new adventure, the game forwards time by 2 weeks. So very short periods of time will pass. So there might be a new dwarf in the fort. Somebody's moods may have improved or gotten slightly worse. There might be a new artifact in the fort. And you'll have to reassign a lot of things. But aside from that, like, it's pretty consistent in the way things operate from fort to fort generally. I should claim that cat corpse now. I just didn't want somebody running in and... The fort might get flooded with puppies. Yeah, the fort might get flooded with puppies. Yeah, there might be 200 dogs there when you get back. If you leave a Forgotten Beast in the basement, there might be a Forgotten Beast in the living room when you get back. All of the above. Flock to the hill for the Graham after man sunset photo. That would be weird. Although, like, in order to get up there, you need crampons or snowshoes. And probably poles as well. All right, animals bringing a door down. Oy vey. The thing is, I don't understand why people don't like to just install the app. Like, as somebody who uses the Reddit app, why not? Like, you've probably got a lot of way more invasive apps already installed on your phone. Why the issue? I guess I will never understand that. Like, that is far from the most concerning app that I have on my phone. And, like, I couldn't uninstall Instagram from most of the phones that I had previously. Yeah, also that. Like, the Reddit app's actually, like, really good. Like, I don't know. I don't fully understand why people... Like, I understand hating, like, the app internet on PCs, but when it comes to, like, using, like, Reddit or a service like that, then I don't really get it. But, you know, to each to their own. You don't have much memory and you only use it to open links? Do you have a phone from like 1996 or something? What the heck? Like, it's not like it's a big install, but I don't know. Maybe I just live in a first world life where I don't understand these problems anymore. It is possible. I'm not gonna write that off. Certainly a possibility. Then I don't know. I can't help you then. I was gonna like try and come up with like a response to that statement, but it's like I can't help you. I don't see that as a reason to hate Reddit. I see that as like you just being lazy. But I don't know. Like I said. Yeah, I mean, the reason I have a TCL phone is because it's one of the only phone brands in Canada that lets you uninstall Facebook. It's one of the only. So. I mean, I understand why you hate Twitter, but Twitter and Reddit are such different beasts. Like, I mean, I hate Facebook. But I'm never going to compare Facebook to Twitter, and I'm also never going to compare Facebook to Reddit because they are completely different platforms that act completely differently. I have a question. If you don't like constant nagging, how the fuck do you tolerate Twitch? Because Twitch is the site that annoys me with their constant nagging. Like the amount of fucking emails they send me telling me to watch Summit, like, Christ. Summit's a nice guy and all, but, like, I have no interest in watching his fucking stream. Because to me, like, a lot of these things that you guys have highlighted are significantly worse on Twitch than these other platforms. And I'm not somebody who likes to defend social media. Like, I'm not really defending Reddit. The issues I have with Reddit are completely different than like, oh, I don't want to make an account. Don't. Just link your Google. What? You want to know why you don't see constant nagging for Twitch? It's because you're already using the app and you have an account. Try using Twitch without the app on mobile. Good luck! It's like, doesn't work. I've tried before. Tried to get into my dashboard without using the app so I could actually access my actual dashboard before. My God, it's bad. Also, like, Twitch straight up is just like, hey, give me money all the time. And streamers are just like, hey, give me money all the goddamn time. I don't know. Reddit is just the weirdest social media platform, in my opinion, to take issue with. Because out of all of them, it's basically just like, here's like a list of 50 billion forums. Have fun. It reminds me of the old days of scrolling through Forum Crawler and just like finding a new random games forum to talk about RPGs with. It feels more like old internet. You constantly nag all the time. Should you develop an app to go along with it? I mean, I don't think you nag at all, but like, sure? And then just sell it to, I don't know, Microsoft for $40 million. Or $62 billion. Or other big number of made-up amount of money that doesn't exist because money is bullshit. Rather pay than see random advertisements. But Twitch is full of random advertisements. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, every single thing that everybody here is, like, loudly complained about Reddit in the last 5 minutes in my chat, I am more annoyed by the exact same things that Twitch does. If you like nagging, I can offer you a subscription to one of my aunts. That seems like a relationship I'm not ready for. I already get enough nagging from my own family. All right, so we need to rebuild our military. That beastie was not nice. There's no pleasure in appearing as grounded in ideas, often practical applications. Prowess. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. You're gonna do terribly. Hollow bolts. What goats? Like the idea of combat? Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. That's good. After being forced to endure the decay of a friend. That's horrible. Completely closed-minded. Sounds like a lot of people on the internet. But yeah, at the end of the day, though, just fucking delete your social media. But just remember that Twitch is part of social media. Which is just as much social media as any other platform. Handle stress. All right, goats. Get to join the military. Grab a hammer. Incredibly calm. Doesn't develop negative feelings. Dave? He'll do fine. Shadowblade. Constant state of internal rage and rarely looks on others with lust. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Well, no military for Shadowblade. Maybe good for your long-term health. Dwarf gets afraid at a lot of things. I don't really want people that are in a constant state of eternal rage, wielding heavy weapons and getting very strong. Or you'll sell it to... Wait, you'll sell me what? Well, let's... Neil, thanks to the host. Which is different. It feels like there's no posting by the masses you find on YouTube and Reddit and Insta. Yeah, there is. Just go to a busy stream. Like, there is so much insufferable garbage on Twitch. Just go to just chatting and scroll down for a bit. You will find lots of reasons to hate Twitch. Well, I don't have 1 million Venezuelan bolivars, but I do have like about $3 in change in my cupboard. Would that work? It's an interactive advertisement for games. Yeah, no, Twitch is absolutely social media. It's just a very different kind of social media. Like, I agree that Twitch feels different, but at the end of the day, it's about $1.20 Canadian. Oh, really? Do they have $1 million bills? I've always wanted to just like get a couple $1 million bills and just like put them in a frame somewhere. This dwarf is like impervious to the effects of stress. Put you into the military. How's that squad doing? Main squad is back up to 10. And that's what we need. Meditate on death. Placing all those extra coffins. Listen, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Wouldn't it be easier for me to just PayPal you $1.50? At that point, like, if you're trying to sell me something, wouldn't it just be easier to do it that way? Because my brain is telling me that seems like the easy option here. Time to eat some crundles. Crundles, which are primeval. They're just not very good at it. You want a briefcase of cash? Okay, I'll pass. That's actually like the one problem with Canadian money, is we don't have $1 bills. Need tombs for those cats. That's the only version that's available currently, Obsidian. But yes, it is called DF Classic. Are you sure you have that many lying around? There was one point in time, there was 5 different copies of Monopoly in this apartment. Hurt my soul a little bit. Max had this weird habit of collecting weird Monopoly boards. We had like a Nintendo Monopoly, a My Little Pony Monopoly. We had Monopoly. We had... What was the name of that fucking TV show? Adventure Time Monopoly. Pretty sure we had another cartoon-based one, but... Yeah, but that's not out yet. Also, slight improvements? Remaking the entire UI for all 3 modes. Well, technically all 4, but nobody talks about arena mode because it's not real. And it is, but it's not. All right. Watch an ambush demonstration. Hell yeah. That's a good skill to learn. Yeah, it's coming to Steam and itch.io. And no, it's not done yet. Still being worked on. Trust me, you'd know if I was playing the Steam version. Considering, like, updated these screenshots. Yeah, considering it looks like this, you'd notice. Like, the UI is completely different. So, you'd know if we were playing that version. Kia's fighting with one of my engravers. But yeah, no. I mean, DF Classic is the only available version of the game, and will be the only available one for a while. Unless something changes pretty quickly. We're hoping it'll be out this year, but... You like that triangle floor? This one? This is probably my favorite floor right now. Nice and organized. Although, I actually need to make this into the tavern. I think I'm going to do right now. Do I have enough space here? Meaning I get to do top side and bottom side. All right. Meeting zone. Assign location. Depleted keys. That's what this is, right? Yeah. And then you, meeting, assign location, depleted keys. And then this one, no longer active. We'll just leave it. Meaning they should, in theory, move all of this stuff over into the other room. You have a soft spot for sharp things. Okay. Generally, sharp things do a lot of damage in soft spots. I want to be careful with that. I'm just excited for it to be done. Like that's the thing that I'm actually excited for. I'm excited for it to be fucking done. Let's just remove that from meat zones. Named copper buckler. And there they go. It's a dead Kia right there. So corpses. Dump all those. Dump all the body parts. And where are the remains? Dump everything that I can. Yeah, different games, but Dwarf Fortress has always been slow on the patching, so this is nothing new. Like, always it's been slow on the patching. That's nothing strange or weird. Like, it's not too uncommon to wait 2 years between patches for Dwarf Fort. Not too surprising as far as I'm concerned. Oh, I gotta do. Forbid. Claim used ammunition, which I have to redo later anyway. That's something you have to redo every time you reclaim a fort. Most of this is shells. In fact, I'm pretty sure all of this is muscle shells. Yep. I was not wrong. Meaning we could probably fund this entire fort on nothing but shell crafts. Giant sponge is fighting with what? Oh. Hold on, what? Why is the Kia The Kia grabs the giant sponge by the body with its right wing. The giant sponge breaks the grip. The Kia scratches the giant sponge. The giant sponge pushes the Kia in the lower body, but the attack glances away. The giant sponge pushes the Kia in the left wing, but the attack glances away. The Kia scratches at the giant sponge. And giant sponge seems fine. Welcome back for the 25th year of your annual subscriptions. This year marks the silver anniversary of your resub. And now I would like you to stand and give us a speech for the acceptance of this wonderful honor that you have acquired. Thank you very much, seriously, though. 25th month. Welcome back, man. I are stupid. Thanks for the $1. Let's sit here and cry about muscles. Hey, Rhino. And hi, stupid. EF is one of those games that might never wear the 1.0 medal. It doesn't need to. What's really funny is all the people that, not all the people, there's not a lot of them, but all of the people that are upset that Dwarf Fortress isn't going to be an early access tag. It's like, it's never going to have the 1.0 tag. It doesn't need it. But also, it's not releasing as an early access game, which I think is really funny. It was indeed, which means it's a prime opportunity for us to say thank you. Right? I think that's what that means. But seriously, though, just thanks for all the support. Say Minecraft's infdev? What, infidev? That sounds way too close to infidel. But, I see that. Aqua, thanks for checking out a 5-pack. That's a name. That one person that got him. Hey, Obsidian. Congratulations. Now you don't have to see ads on my channel. As well as everybody else who got those. Cheers. Thanks a ton for the 5-pack, man. And, I'm out of coffee, so I need to pour more, but cheers! Clink. Wanted to get a hype train? Well, that's more than a hype train. As I'm pouring more coffee. Just a second. I'm literally just waiting for the dwarves to take out the trash. And then I think what we're going to do is we're going to I think we're going to build a bunch more bedrooms, and then we're going to, well, actually... kind of torn right now as to what to do next. Between like building a bunch of bedrooms and working on the magma forge and just working on the outer walls and upper layers. Kind of leaning more towards the underground area. Who fighting with? Oh, you're fighting with a Kia, that's fine. Also, I realize this may not be the best time because there's a hype train happening, but I really need to pee, so I will be back in a sec after I've done that. Thank you very much for the hype train, though. You guys are very kind. Back in a mo. All right, I return. Nothing crazy's happened. Man, that is a lot of garbage getting tossed.
The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients.
And everybody's jobs keep getting canceled by these fucking Kias.
And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
True. Also, nobody's used that to Nobody's been using the commands as recently, so I need to remind people that they exist for the people who have access to them. About an hour might have passed. Pretty damn close, but not quite.
Bring out your dead!
Everybody's jobs keep getting canceled by all these Kias because we really, really need to deal with all these muscle shells. If we get up to that sub goal, then I have to gift a sub. That means just for reference. But I don't know if the hype train's going anywhere further, but thank you very much for it, regard. Helping keep this channel funded. Yeah, I don't chat. What do you guys want to see me work on with this fort? Underground stuff or above ground stuff? I can kind of work on either. We're not super pressed for anything really, and most things that could attack us we can fight off. There's a few things that we'll have a hard time on, but most things we should be fine. Unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this. Feel that. And thank you, Anonymous, for checking out a 5-pack. Cheers. Are the included options you only jumped on recently to watch my streams? So is all this very scary and confusing then? I mean, yeah, Twitch has been around long enough that there's a lot of things that can just be real confusing. I agree. Thanks to Anonymous for checking out the 5-pack. I want to say above, you like the way it looks right now? Okay. I mean, we can work on the outer wall. Make a tower or something. Work on the tower. Work on a walkway. I'd say we're probably going to put another 30, 40 minutes into this fort, and then we're going to do an adventure, or retire the fort and run some adventures around a little bit. I mean, I could. I don't know how I would do that. I once had a fort that had like... actually, I mean, I could do that, but that might be... Anything with that wagon? Unless I kill them, there's nothing I can really do. Actually, apparently 2 wagons there. So I don't know. I'm hoping they'll just leave when I abandon and reclaim the embark. That's a stuck traitor, so there's literally nothing I can do with it unless I kill them and it's my home faction. I'd rather not start a civil war. So I'm hoping they'll just kind of leave at a point. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. But so what, do you have any questions about how Twitch works, Lilicit? Or is it just like that more of a statement? Because I'm not sure if that's a statement or a question. If it's just a statement, then yeah, I don't understand how Twitch works. And I've been here for like a decade now. Or if putting steer for way. It does not have a dam on the west side, no. It's just an open river here, and an open river there, and an open river here, and an open river there. So if I wanted to build constructions, I would have to construct another underground route. I also need to chop all that down so I can finish removing that. Where are the beers coming from? Where are the beers coming from? That's a question that nobody asks. My bot. So you type in the word beer, and my bot, which is this. It's a beer in the chat. basically just like a super fancy IRC bot. Because Twitch chat is IRC. But yeah, emotes are a subscription thing. So once you subscribe to a channel, beer doesn't work. You have to put spaces. Once you have a subscription to a channel, then you have access to the channel's emotes. And if the streamer turns it on, then ad-free viewing, which of course I turn on because why the fuck would I make you watch ads once you're already subscribed? That's silly. Not that sophisticated. It's a pretty dumb bot. It does the basics. It's also the thing that puts the well, gambling minigame where you can invest in your tickets that you earn in things. Good God. I'm literally just... this is just me saying dump all. That's all that this is. This has taken way longer than I thought it would. Okay, well, we're getting there. 14 seconds on the hype train. Thank you very much for the train, though. Keeping the stream funded. But for Twitch money things, because Twitch makes us sign contracts, we can't actually say how much we make off of subscriptions. But it's very easy to find the numbers online if you go look for them. But what I can say is bits. 1 bit is 1 American penny that I get paid. So if you see people putting bits in the chat, that's the equivalent of like 1 penny. So 100 bits is $1. It'll still say the same number because I haven't crushed any of them, I think. It gets under body parts. What does the stock screen say about his muscle level? Pretty damn close to the end, actually. Although a lot of these are forbidden. Oh, they're forbidden because they haven't been dumped yet. That's why. Or because they have been dumped. So the ones at the D... So the ones at the Ds have already been... Or haven't been dumped yet. And the ones at the Fs have been. So. It's not bones. These are muscle shells. Also, hey, wait, what? Still a ways to go indeed. You know what? I'm going to take the military off training so that they can come help. Oh, under the shells? Yeah, no, they're definitely under body parts. The only reason there's so many is because I kind of forgot that I had them. Because, like, Craftsdwarf's Guild has been established, all right. Because I knew that I had, to make a Craftsdwarf's Hall. All right, then. I knew that I had those remains, but I thought that they would go into the remains section, not into the body parts section, so I only just realized this. How's it going? Pretty good. No complaints. Just kind of chilling. Chilling in this world. This is actually part of the reason I don't like Fisher Dwarves. Also, my stoneworker, Ezem, Stone, the stoneworker, has been taken by a Famood. And summons a mason's shop. Where did Stone go? There you go. Stone the stoneworker is making something out of stone. And the first thing he does is grab a stone. Please make me a door. For the love of all that is bouldery, please make me a door. Yes, it is different than Patreon benefits. because unfortunately I don't have a way to give you Twitch benefits through Patreon, right? So on Twitch, you get emotes and ad-free viewing, which is what I can give you through Twitch. That's it. Patreon, you get sound commands, which you have, and or you get the generic sound commands. You can get a custom one at 25. But you get the generic sound commands, you get my voice logs, and you get blogs, and you get any interviews that I do, the audio versions, a couple of days early. So that's what you get through the podcast, or through blah, blah, blah. That's what you get through the Patreon. Wrong P word. What's even more fun is there's also another set of benefits if you join the YouTube channel, and I can't link any of them. If I could just, like, combine them all, I would, but unfortunately I don't really have that option, because they don't play together as nicely as they did. We just didn't read it through a lot. For whatever it's worth, Patreon is the most effective way of actually supporting me financially. Far and away. Subscribing on Twitch is the least effective way of supporting me financially, but it's the best way to support me through Twitch, which tells Twitch to promote me more. So, I don't know. It's a weird bundle of whatever the fuck. If you want to support me, just pick a platform and go nuts. Did you just grab 3 rocks? I think you did. Yep. 2 pieces of slate and 2 pieces of nice. Well, it's going to be a very 2/3 nice artifact. Yes, stone. The stoneworker makes stone and stone-worked stone artifact at the stoneworker's shop. Yes. It was just more convenient for you? I mean, I would tend to agree like, you should support people on Patreon, because it's the much more efficient. Think about it this way. Supporting somebody on Twitch with bits and subs is like going to a show. It's like going to a concert, right? Supporting on Patreon is like buying the band's merch. If you go to a show, the band gets a portion of that. They get paid a portion of that, and it supports the venue so that the band can come back. But buying merch, they get the vast majority of the profits. Or buying their CDs. Or, like, buying stuff directly from them. That's kind of like the difference between, like, Twitch and Patreon. Where it's like, you support me on Twitch, that's great. Well, keep me here. Support me on Patreon. That gives me financial freedom. So all your stuff is already punched into their system? Yeah, no, I mean, Patreon is very convenient that way. God, this is like the most nothing that has happened in this fort. There you go. Stone, the stoneworker, aka Ezim Loiseribid. I don't know. Also, chat, I've got a question. Do you guys prefer the leaving of the first name and last name and then putting the nickname in quotes? Or do you guys prefer me just renaming the dwarf? Because I like this more. I'm just curious as to what you guys think. As created, Tishi Musmut Olzafikod, a nice floodgate, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cybrek Webdoiled. Well, we have to do something with floodgates now because we have a floodgate. So I guess that means that I just have to place this up here so that it doesn't get stolen. Why do I have a fungi wood floodgate? Anyway, I guess we have to do that now. Anyway, let's read about it. It's worth 4,800 Zethal. It is called Spiral Plated the Sorceress Glazes. This is a nice floodgate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of waves, nice. On the item is an image of the desert satin, the round lime wood toy boat, in nice. On the item is an image of Pilot, the dwarf, and Zaglar, the vampire, the dwarf, in slate. Zaglar is striking down Pilot. Pilot is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the dragging of the dwarf Zaglar, Pilot, of the draining of Pilot's blood by the vampire Zaglar in Umber Bulwark in the midsummer of 152. What's funny, I think, is didn't Pilot gift you a sub? Or he's gifted you multiple stone. That's kind of awesome, actually. I'm gonna post this and yell it at Pilot. Because I think it's kind of awesome that there's an artifact of Pilot getting his blood sucked out of him by a vampire. That's kind of amazing, actually. Since we're waiting for this, how's the lava fill down in the basement doing? Not very effective. Well, that's disappointing. Disappointingers. You like that it's nice? It is very nice. Holy vey. This is a hell of a time, that. Holy hell, hot damn. It's taken 10,000 years! What fort is this? This is a fort called Umber Bulwark. This is a fort in part of a faction called the Crimson Pulley, which I'm using to kind of vary things up from just the consistent long death sameness. So this is a world that we generated last weekend. And we are doing a lot of things in. So we're going to be building multiple forts in this world. We're going to be making adventures, and we're going to be running around and doing various different things. Be a good bit of fun, I would hope. And right now we are throwing away, like, I don't know, 75,241 muscle shells. So, I mean, these are all the ones that have been placed here since we started. Since we started dealing with all these muscle shells, there's now another, like, I don't know, 250. Very salty. Wait, what? Very salty. Is the Fisher Dwarf still fishing? That's what Fisher Dwarves do, my dude. I mean, they would if I let them sit for all eternity, but yeah, they won't be causing too much, no. Well, that's nice of you, Shaw. My internet provider tells me that my bill is ready. Where they charged me on a day I wasn't expecting, which damn near put my bank account into overdraft. And they tell me now that my bill has been paid after doing it 3 days early because my normal day to pay ended up on a Saturday instead of a Friday, which is automated. So they didn't put it through until Monday, which was the 31st, which damn near made my bank account go into overdraft because I thought it already had been paid. Anyway. Frustration from the end of last month, but meditate on lightning, hell yeah. Also, I think they finally made it through to the end of those. Play vey. Now they're just running down into the basement to grab vermin. Also, if you want to gamble your tickets, you can now, chat. Yeah, I mean, there's only one place in the world with worse internet than Canada, and that's the States. So that's not actually true. But my internet's actually very good. That was just, I guess, kind of poor planning on my part. I'm sure North Korea has worse internet. That's not all that they have that's worse. They've got a lot of things that are worse than Canada in North Korea. And I realize that that's just an assumption, but I think it's a pretty fair assumption. You know, I'm a Canadian, right? I've seen 2 moose in my entire life, and one of them was in a zoo. I don't know why people seem to think that there's moose everywhere in Canada. On top of the death trap? Probably because he's asleep. He's taking a nap. They do that sometimes. Once the game's finished saving, I'll go see what you're talking about, but probably because they're napping. Oh, because it's a hunter, and they do that. Hunters just sleep wherever the fuck. It's also more than just a death trap. I've also made it into a garbage dump. I love how we've literally moved into spring cleaning now. Death to garbage? Naturally, yeah. Let's forbid this door so that nobody runs in there. They're all canceling dumping garbage thing. Vroom. It was pretty efficient. All right. Pull that lever again. Open that door up. What even is that? I love how it's just like covered in Crundle blood now. Excellent. All right, we got a few more trees to hack down up here, and then we can cut this whole thing out. So that this water stops pouring out. I have to dig it all the way up so that it ceases to be a water producing entity. All right, well, I would say it's pretty fair to say that we are basically done with this fucking thing. So that's cool. Or rather, all of those mussels. How many more are here? Well, moose are fairly common here. You've seen 5 in 20 years. Fair. Yeah, no, the moose are terrifying. Oh, little O Sons made a baby and cancels dig channel seeking infant. That's a real good way to frame rate death your fort. Aqua. It's just like automatically setting up a job to make muscle shell crafts. Just letting it run. All right. Bonk. And just like that, all of those muscle shells are gone. Gone, I tell you. Gone. Forever. Hallelujah. That is a downstair, not a channel, which is what I wanted. Speaking of lag, holy crap, channeling causes a lot of lag. Never fails to lag me fort. I did reroute it, yeah. But I did that yesterday. I started it the first time, and then I finished it yesterday. I also didn't really reroute it. I just made a moat. I don't know if that quite counts as rerouting. All that water will dry up now. Mom keeps dropping her baby. Little Osan has dropped her baby like 4 or 5 times in the time that they've been working on this. Which is kind of funny. Keeps dropping her baby while channeling. Just like digging with a pickaxe, drops baby. Whoops. All right, let's start building this overhang. This morning I confused with the timing of your stream. In the video you're just talking about rerouting the Northern River. Oh yeah, no, totally. You gotta remember that, like, the VOD that's up there right now is from Sunday? I think? Pretty sure that's Sunday. The timing gets quite messed up sometimes. Like, there will be times where I'll be, like, uploading VODs from, like, the week before. Oopsies, that's a wall. Crimson Pulley .01. Yeah, so Crimson Pulley number 1 would be Sunday. I hope I don't confuse people, because I'm going to be swapping out tile sets. Or not tile sets, thumbnails. As this playthrough goes. Because the adventure mode portions are going to have an adventure mode thumbnail. And the Fortress mode chunks are going to have the one that the people have seen already. Let's do this. This is making a overhang for this wall. We're probably not going to need it realistically, but I like the way overhangs look. I'm also kind of thinking about making battlements and like a combat-y tower. Why am I not seeing this? Where did Slate go? I didn't just run out of slate, did I? Hey, Slate, where's my slate blocks? I think I just ran out of slate blocks. All right, time to make more slate blocks. Rock block. 300. It's late. There you go. Get to it. Let's also put a up ramp over there so that this can be quicker. And once it's a wider set of tiles, this will be a much faster prospect to get it done. Also, once that's done being channeled, the frame rate will speed up quite a bit. Rock Blockster. Classic song. I almost bought that. Something has collapsed on the surface? Yeah. Oh, I understand how that happened. And a dwarf fell in the river. Wait, what? 2 dwarves fell in the river. Wes and one of my hammers. So I understand exactly how that happened. Because I'm an idiot. I just didn't think that they would do that first. Right? 2 of them appear to have already crawled out. I think, wait, what's going to drown down here? He is annoyed after choking on dust. Of the 3, 2 of them are already out. I doubt that we'll be able to get you over there in time. You can try. How deep is this water? 7 of 7. It's too deep. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Good night, sweet dwarf. My question is how the fuck do I get him out of there? Don't really have a good way of getting him out of there. Well, I'll engrave a slab for right now. What? Hold up. Darren, thank you very much for the Prime sub for a 21st month. Where did his body go? I'm so confused. Body's gone. Oh, did you get giant sponged? Yeah, body's missing. I mean, you've been able to drink beers in my country for a while. They didn't fish him out? I don't know. I've never seen the dwarves do that before. I mean, maybe it got atom smashed by something? Hasn't flown up. Hasn't flown down. Hasn't flown that way. Well, we're engraving his memorial right now. I've never seen a body vanish. Yeah, it's not hidden. I've literally never seen that happen before. I've never seen a body vanish like that before. I was about to check that, Aqua. Oh. Well, that answers that question. Found the body. So, it's right, this layer is right beneath here. And it falling. All right. Yeah, guys, we need a mop. That's understatement of the minute. Yeah, because the river is one layer above this. So the falling blocks from the wall punched a hole through the ceiling of this layer, which is flooding it. How full is this? Not actually that full. Something's emerging, yeah, that's for sure. So it's right there, basically. So that's how the other two disappeared. I assume that they climbed out. They actually fell out. Not intentionally. And I fixed it. Drain it into the caverns? Yeah, but how? I mean, I want to save this layer. That's the thing. I know, Aqua. Stating that doesn't change my prior statement. That is an option. Top man. That sounds like a real good way to drown everybody, Lilith. And also kill the fort while we're at it. Nope. Smitty the sub. We played it yesterday. Okay. do this. I also didn't do that. Illicit. We've just simply rescheduled it. The water is flooding in way too fast to be able to reasonably stop it. No, they're not. Wave depletion. No, they are not. I need a drain about here. Drive it clear out. That I do. This is like every submarine movie ever made. I suppose. I mean, any volunteers who want to stick their fat forehead into the hole? Volunteer as a plug? Kind of need those right now. I'll see. You may want to get out of there, Dwarf. Oh, shoutouts to the dwarf who's trying to rescue the body. That's good. So far, so good. This is going to take a lot of recoloring. One, and the final bit. Come on. Get her done. There you go. Sucks to be you, kid. Right? They're trying to dig up. The other thing that we're going to do is we're going to dig out all of this pretty dramatically. I'm going to need a lot of drainage in this. Yes, I did wall off that corner. Can you not see how it's walled off? Like, yes, they can still walk in and out, but I certainly walled it off. I don't know what you're referring to. I did exactly what I intended to do. Captain of the Guards doing good work. You feel obliged to plug the hole with your finger? Bit bigger than a finger, unfortunately. Maybe like 40 fingers. The water can get through, but it'll get through very slowly. Unfortunately, it just kind of is what it is. This is going to be one hell of a fucking water slide when it's done. You know, Dwarf, if you really want to walk in here, be my guest. In fact, if you want to do something useful, something fucking useful. I don't think anybody could even get to that. Yeah, no, nobody can get to that. All right, well, this is going to be a very sudden flush. Am I close to the protests? Yes, fuck off about it. People like to be cunts in public. Use your brain before you ask questions. You think maybe someone doesn't want to talk about it? Don't ask it. Especially during a high-pressure situation in a video game. So he'll just get a null end comment statement from that. What about the entry up top? That's the least of my concerns right now. My concern is draining this. I don't care about where it's coming in from. That is the slowest dig channel I've seen in a long time. All right. Ramp up. Let's go. Yushat, you're a very brave dwarf. I was going to say, that should have started flooding quicker. Okay, now we actually have a drain. In fact, I think I can maybe make a second? I don't know if dwarves can even get up this. Sorry, serpent people. Maybe they can. There's still a child back there. Can't tell which direction the water's going. Looks like it's still filling, which is understandable. All right, well, here's what else we're going to do. We need more drains. So we're now dumping water into here, which is fine. But there's another way I can go. We can go via this layer. An upstairs, right there. Never mind. Bad layer to go via. I've got a lot more than a spot to put a floodgate. Trust me. Having a place to put a floodgate is the least of my concerns. You want to know what my actual concern about this is? Dwarf Fortress has a bad habit of respawning water in other places when you reclaim a fort. And so my plan of like abandoning and reclaiming this fort on repeat just went out the window because I can't now. So that's what I'm actually annoyed by, because this water is going to respawn wherever the fuck it wants. So I can no longer abandon and reclaim this fort as I see fit when I want to. It fucking sucks. So I'm not super happy right now for that reason. I don't really care about anything else. I'm just fucking mad right now. So for whatever that's worth, they say losing is fun, but losing your plans is not fun. So I'm pretty fucking pissed off right at this exact moment in time. I don't know. I'm also gonna just do this because I don't want to stare at it anymore. Nothing personal, Smitty. I just don't want to stare at that sentence anymore. I'm not in the mood. All right. Let's do something like that. Something like that. Ruin this whole layer. Yeah. Might as well just retire this fort or abandon it. I don't know. Like, I can drain this, but I'm not going to be able to save this layer. And I'm not going to be able to, all good, Smitty. Yeah, I don't know. Saving dwarves. Let's just hug the back of it. Maybe we can make it work like this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a single positive out of this event happening. This just kind of ruins my plans and nothing else. Okay, well, I guess the other thing we got to do is something like this. Like I said earlier, let's match the walls so it looks a little better. I'm just so worried about where this water is going to respawn. That's what I'm actually worried about. I was like, I can drain it. Draining it isn't really the problem. Like, draining it isn't necessarily the issue here. The issue here is what we got to do after it's been drained. Or what we're going to be able to do after it's been drained. That's the issue. Like, it's nice to have things that you can do with, it's nice to be able to have freedom in decisions and being able to mess with different things in the fort, but when suddenly it's just like, well, now I can't even achieve the basic goals that I intended to in the first place. It's like, well, that just sucks. All because I wasn't paying attention. It's not like it's the game's fault or anything that this happens. It's 100% my fault. Like, and I know exactly how it happened, what I did wrong, and how to avoid doing that exact thing, but just distracted, I guess. Didn't think of it. There we go. Ghostly Hammer Lord has been put to rest. Well, anyway, there goes our dream, or my plan of doing adventure mode tonight, because we just get to fix this oopsie. So, hope you guys like fixing oopsies. Badge. But to kind of like indirectly answer your question, Smitty, I've had a few days ago I had to close my window because they were loud enough that I could hear them. You constantly ruin your forts when doing something special with the water. I wasn't even doing anything special. I just was one layer beneath this, and then a block got dropped off of here. Like, I didn't even do anything special. So... And normally, like, I don't fuck up like this. Normally I don't. But this time I did, so... Boo. Okay, well... I'll go down a layer. And I'll up. Instead of going from up here and down. Because those won't get canceled, I don't think. God damn it. Yeah, they do. No, they don't. Hey. What do you mean by the water ruining fort reclaims? How does that work happen? So water moves when you re-embark. The game moves the main water layer and respawns all of the water and repopulates all of the water, which is fine, but the issue is, like, as an example, we have a lava flow underground here. The reason there's a lava flow here is because there was lava down here, right? In this, which would have originally gone up to here, right? Which is where it was originally. But when I reclaimed this fort, it relayered it to up here. And so the water started pouring down and then flooded this cavern. It does that with water too. So if you have a large cistern of water somewhere, or water storage, or place where there's a lot of water for whatever reason, it will inevitably, or it will respawn that water and repopulate that water, but it doesn't always get it right. It's always close, but it almost never gets it right. So when the water gets respawned, it could quite literally respawn it where you don't want it to be, which is anywhere water is in Dwarf Fortress is where you don't want it to be. Meaning, uh-oh, did we just get a drowned dwarf? Yep, we got a drowned miner. I think. Nope, never mind, that's a sleeping miner. Just a stupid miner. So that's what I mean, is that tends to be a concern. So as an example, I built a fort that was under an ocean. And I spent like quite literally weeks working on this fortress that was under this ocean. Or it felt like weeks. And then I abandoned it, and then I reclaimed it. This isn't an aquifer, this is a river. Okay. Also, light aquifers are a non-issue. It's just heavy aquifers that are. And then when I reclaimed that fort, the entire fort was underwater and all of the dwarves were dead with the exception of like 3. So, just as an example. Anyway, this is going to end up being our drain for this. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. I mean, that's fair. I think that light aquifers are very useful, actually. Light aquifers are the easiest well you'll ever have. In any other instance, I would have, but this fort is so compact, I kind of ran out of options. Like, I only have, what, 35 Z levels total? So I kind of had to use the space that I was given. That's what, this? That's a lot of lag. Where stamp zone's located. That makes perfect sense. I have some really shitty miners. Like really shitty miners that are really slow. All right. Thinks we got this though. Just means I can't retire this fort until we fix this problem. Which I do think I can fix it. It's just gonna kind of require ruining the fort in the process. I'm gonna need to build 2 large drains. I'm gonna have to do some cave-in shenanigans to do this safely. Which I could absolutely do. So what I'm gonna do going to dig this out right here. Actually, you know what? No, don't dig that center bit out. That's right there. Maybe not right there. Put her right there. Who's ready for cave-in shenanigans? That's what we get to do next. Since the World Gen 1, how's it been going? Up until 20 minutes ago, great. Now we got a little bit of a water oopsie. Working on fixing it, though. So now it's very laggy and kind of stressful, but we'll be okay. About to do some cave-in shenanigans to save things. Definitely need those trees gone. Just need those fortifications done at the end. That'd be a real great time for me to get attacked by something, wouldn't it? The thing that I'm upset about right now is because of the way water respawning works, I can't... If I retire this fort, I have to abandon it. I don't want to do that. Because of the water here. Be safe, Lilith. Pubs are still mostly closed here. All right. Big 1 ramp up there. Digging back here. At least they're not going to run out of drinks ever. Just like hanging out in a room full of water. What are you on this side? 2 kids. All right. They should be able to do that. That all right? Actually, you know what? Let's just do it right here. There you go. Gotta save those kids. Let's forbid all of this so that they just don't haul it. Man, it's a pity you're a stoneworker and not a miner. Somebody tantrum? Nope. All right. This is good. That's good. Okay. It's time to start caving out this. Somebody might fall as part of this, but if they do, is what it is. Just don't like how crappy the frame rate is right now because of all the stuck dwarves. Go. Going to go save those guys. Kia is fighting. Excellent. But anyway, how's Jack Nerick been? How's things? I'm just sad because I really wanted to do some more adventurers today and kind of can't now until this problem is fixed. Unless I just want to retire this fort. Which I'm currently debating. Currently hotly debating. So this is working so far. Although it is going to cave in or cut through parts of the wall, which is going to start this draining. So I hope that there's nobody in here. You cancel that job for some reason? Why? Working your way through 100%ing the achievements in Hitman 3? Well, good for you. Probably quite the achievement. Well, that's going to start some of it draining. But I got more that we got to do. I'm trying to basically just remove this entire bottom piece here. I need it to drain faster. The very sloppy caverns down here. You know what? Let's actually just, like, wall this off. You know what? Actually, no. Let's not wall it off, but we'll put more doors in. Especially considering I've still got dwarves running around here. Anyway, so this is kind of floody. So essentially, I just need to be draining this faster than the river fills it so that it slowly empties out a little bit. Even if it's like just partially empties out. I guess that's the beauty of DF, though. No matter how much you play this game, you're still not immune to making stupid mistakes. There we go. We've gotten some of the kids out. Is there any more? Not that I'm... Chad, am I missing any dwarves in here? Aside from these two? Like, if I'm missing anybody, yell at me, Chad. God, this is going to be such a pain in the ass to fix. Oh, my Christ. Super not down for this shit. Oh well. Well, this is starting to drain now, so I guess we get to see, does it drain fast enough? What do you think, chat? Do you think that's gonna drain quick enough? All right, let's do the dumb shit. Just trying to keep conversations going, chat. Any help with that is appreciated at this point. I don't know. I mean, like, draining it through the side is one of, like, 2 options. All right, let's see if you drown here. You might drown, Dwarf. Chat, all right, so I've kind of, like, tried to do everything that I could think of, which is drain it into the caverns and then doing this. Did that dwarf make it out? Actually, no. I don't think so. Considering there is this down here. Oh, no, that's actually a bronze bolt, not a pick. No, it wasn't you. I don't know who did that. Anyway, so that's about as much of a drainage as we're going to get. Which looks like it's draining it? Looks like it? What's the plan for the big oopsie? Drain it faster than it's filling and then isolate the drain. That's basically it. Because I don't see myself plugging that hole anytime soon. Yeah, I mean, it's flowing. And if this works, then maybe hypothetically we could do the other side as well. Because, like... Let's see if we can do the other side. Kind of do want to line it up, though. Your old enemy? Why is it your old enemy? And we're already digging around to this side. Might as well continue. All right, well, we're going to get some more digging cancel notifs in a mo. It wouldn't bother me if I'm restarting. Well, assuming I can get this massive flood of water out of here. Dwarf, you're a numbskull. How much water is there? It must have drained a lot if you're able to walk out. Quite a lot indeed. I really hope you didn't just do what I think you did. You did just do what I think you did. Well, it's definitely draining, because this dwarf has managed to leave his bedroom. And then we can channel through up top here. I mean, if we scuttle this fort, it wouldn't be for this reason. I'll put it that way. I mean, like, if a Forgotten Beast shows up right now, it's more like it's ruining my plans today Unless of a, it's ruining my plans, if that makes any sense. Like, it's certainly ruining my plans, but permanently, I don't know about that. Okay, good. You were able to get that door closed. I was worried about you for a second there, Dwarf. Where the fuck are you going? This is like... You know that scene from Michael Bay's Titanic where there's just people, like, drowning? And there's, like, that much air, and they're just, like, sticking their mouth up like that? This is mostly what this dwarf is doing right now. All right, well, dwarves can traverse it now, which is not good, but also great. Oh, this is exceptionally annoying for me, so I hope it's entertaining. I know I got cranky for a second there, but I think I've gotten past it. I mean, if anything, it's an educational prospect for anybody else in the same situation. And it's not like this is an uncommon situation in Dwarf Fortress. Water oopsies are kind of the most classic of oopsies. And a dwarf's giving birth to a girl. Oh, ain't that beautiful? Also, shoutouts to my mayor, who this entire time has not made any demands. So, thanks, mayor, for not making demands. Because that would be annoying. Did I say Titanic? I meant not Titanic. Well, Titanic works too. My brain was going for Pearl Harbor, but my brain shut off halfway through that sentence, and then I referenced two things that both are accurate. I mean, Titanic has scenes with people drowning, and so does Pearl Harbor. I was thinking of the scene from Pearl Harbor, though. Not Titanic. That's James Cameron. Anyway. Now you want to see that movie, Exploding Icebergs? Yeah, I would. Actually, you know what? No, I used to be what I would describe as a fan of Michael Bay. But I've learned to hate his work so much since then. I now kind of like don't even acknowledge him as a film director. Like every single time I see a new Michael Bay movie, it just makes me kind of ill. And I mostly blame that movie that he did for Netflix called Six Underground, I think is the name of that movie. Just because of how like obnoxiously military fetishistic that movie was. And like he's always kind of been that way, but he's gotten a lot worse in recent years to a point where it's like I can't even tolerate like I can't even tolerate your movies anymore, let alone just show up for the explosions. Like for a real long time there, it was very much a oh, shoutouts to this child for throwing a Kia away and screaming I must withdraw. Like for a while there, I was at a point with Michael Bay's movies where it's like, yeah, I can just show up for the explosions and be fine. But I am past that. See, like, that's the thing, though, is the visual overload and the explosions are not as good as they used to be. Like, just try watching Six Underground and don't hate Michael Bay by the end of it, and you deserve some format of, like, award or financial compensation for being able to do that because of how bad that movie is. Let's just make sure I'm not flooding the bottom of my fort right now. I don't think so. Yeah, not really flooding the fort. How deep is this? Ah, it's pretty fucking deep, actually. You know what? Let's put everybody into this burrow. Then just lock those doors. It's going to be a lot of canceled jobs for a bit. Sorry to the serpent people. I hope you guys can swim. You know what's amazing about this, actually, that I'm flooding this? Is there is a walkway from this layer down to here. So it could theoretically start flooding into there. Man, I should do some cave-in shenanigans and just dump this water into the lava. That would be so fucking easy. Yeah, no, I used to really like Michael Bay movies, and I would always tell people, yeah, I just show up for the explosions and whatever. Like low stakes, just explosions and good like crafting, but they are beyond or good like special effects craft, but I despise Michael Bay now. All right. All right, so Nox is stuck down here. You are what? You're an engraver? You're on your own, Nox. Trying to format something to print out and everything just makes one section on the last page. Oh, that sucks. Anyway. So the good news is it appears to be draining. Bad news is it's not draining fast enough. So I'm hoping that once we bring in that second piece, that'll be enough that we'll be able to drain it. Oh, yeah, never mind. I was thinking, like, oh, yeah, we could go on the other side. Nope, that's actually a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm not. I know nothing about printer formatting because I've never actually owned a printer my entire life. I've never once purchased a printer. In the before times, if I needed a printer, I would go to the library, and now I just ask my parents to borrow their printer. Generally, just kind of works. Oh, I was like, why did the game just pause? Why is the game paused? Have it set to pause. Let's get some other dwarves set to mine. Rowell. Get you on mining if you can. You on mining. Get you on mining. Get you on mining. Don't think I have enough picks, but it is what it is. Do need some assistance with this, though. And this is going to take a long time to dig. Considering this drain is significantly larger than this drain. I mean, it's competing. It's stopping it from emptying. And this side over here is actually, like, getting less full. So that's good to see. At least it seems to be having some effect, which is nice. Guess we could also, well, you know what? We could also do one over here way quicker. So you know what? Let's do that. I have to do that right now? I guess so. Hold on a second, stupid. last right? I don't see me. There I am. Rumors abound to listening to gossip. Spellbooks make incantations easier for eating several magical fireballs. Unbeknownst to unknowable gods, that lake is unknown. Where are all my werewolves? I is the start. Keep calm and carry on. All right, so we're going to do this over here. And I should be able to dig like all the way across here. There. Over to about here. We're going to need a way out, so I'll give them a way out that way. All right. Also, I love that comment from Cutest from a while ago because it seems like the most, I don't know. Damn, water is beautiful. Yeah, it is. But also, like, in this context, I'm, like, trying to figure out exactly what you're referring to as beautiful. Because the way water flows in Dwarf Fortress is genuinely beautiful. But it's just kind of funny, the way that that's worded. All right. It doesn't really... I mean, this is actually going to cave in when I channel from the top, but it's fine. Got a ways to go still. Get you, freeways. What, doing mining? Cancels update stockpile records, getting something to drink. You know, Dwarf, I don't blame you. The squiggliness of it. I think that water flow and lava flows in Dwarf Fort are very satisfying. Also, I don't know how we manage this, chat, but we have 1 subscriber for every day of the year, so fuck yeah. At that nice 365 mark. It's a big number. A lot of people. Fixing mistakes. Well, I guess we can't say that today wasn't eventful. I mean, like, you know, we had what? That, like, forgotten beast made of glass that killed a bunch of dwarves, and now we've just got this problem to deal with. I was like, you know, let's do some stuff above ground, because it's kind of cool. Never mind. Is this like off-center? No, it's not. It's literally just because of that it looks off-center. I'm actually kind of curious about how full this is down here. 7 of 7. Damn, so it is full. All right, well. It's also not draining fast enough. I suppose we need to quite literally just double this up. Excellent. Just what we needed. The Forgotten Beast, Lurine Ithramia has come. A gigantic feathered crab. It squirms and fidgets. It has wings, and it squirms and fidgets. Its pale pink feathers are downy. Beware its webs. Well, this is either going to be totally non-concern or very big concern. Let's see what route it takes, and then we'll figure out what we do with it. It is that pink letter C right there, so if you're lurking and not paying attention, you might want to look up, because the fact that it has wings, and depending on which of the two ways out it takes, it could very well just kill my whole fort, actually. Well, you're getting that, Freeways. You are getting that. Uh-oh, indeed, yeah. Well, it kills, hold up. Nox is just getting, like, repeatedly webbed. Ooh. Ooh. It's literally just, like, hitting him in the head. Oh, Nox. I'm so sorry. Thing seems kind of pathetic, though. How many times do you need to strike it in the head to kill it? That's a lot of webs. My dude. How many 25 pages of it hitting him in the head. You know, I don't actually like doing that with Forgotten Beasts. I like doing that with giant cave spiders, though. The reason I don't like doing that with Forgotten Beasts, Hotman, is because they have a tendency to just startle your dwarves every time they see them. And they also tend to stop firing webs after a bit. So I have zero interest in doing that with one of these. Giant cave spiders, sure, because you can tame them. And then once you tame them, you just need a hostile creature for them to throw webs at, which means, like, you could just get a beak dog, which isn't that scary. Whereas these will, like, mortally scare dwarves. Yeah, it does seem weak. I also don't really have a way of easily going after it right now. All right, hold on a second. Where in the heck did you go? Alright, how about... Let's see if we can get there in time. I mean, Nox ain't dead yet. And it seems kind of distracted. Nox is now finally withstanding injuries. All right, chat, place your bets. Do you think Nox dies? Or do you think that we are able to rescue Nox? Because this thing does seem real fucking weak. Like, Nox is starving to death. That's what's killing Nox, not the Forgotten Beast. How many pages of this do we have? 46 pages of it striking the engraver in the head with... Wait, hold on a second. The Forgotten Beast strikes the engraver in the head with its sheep wool glove? Oh! I understand. The Forgotten Beast is holding and wielding a glove, which it's hitting him with. Huh. Do you think Nox dies? It's definitely possible. All right, so I've told the military to go fight with it. They seem to have got it pinned. They are bashing the crap out of it, and it's dead. And Nox is not dead. Nox, however, her neck is torn open, and her neck is dented. Her neck is bruised, and her head is bruised. Nobody's rescuing him. Anybody want to, like, you know, help this dwarf out? Anybody? No? Well, why I oughta. Is anybody coming to get him? Just no? Really? I mean, bruh. My guys, come on. I have multiple doctors. Who even is my chief medical dwarf? Backer, Hops, where the fuck you at, mate? Bruh. How long's it been? At least we'll get lots of crab legs. But, like... Nobody? Nobody. Literally nobody is coming to rescue Wounded. I'm kind of flabbergasted at how shit you guys are at your jobs, yo. Yeah, I've got multiple dwarves with all of the healthcare jobs turned on. The fuck is Hops? There you are. No job, meaning you're literally doing nothing else. And you can't go rescue... No, they are not in a restricted area. Like, I can tell you right now, they ain't in a restricted area. Maybe they just don't know he's there? In fact, there's another dwarf walking past him. Right here. Anonymous just stepped over top of him. Guys. Guys. He's right. This one's cleaning the floor. Do they just not give a shit? No recover wounded? My hospital is empty? Perhaps Webb's block rescue? But I'm clearing it by making my military stand in it. I don't see any rescue injured. Let's make him go stand here. Clear all his webs. Right, them webs is about as clear as they's gonna get. So let's make you stand on top of this dwarf. About as clear as it's gonna get. I'm at a loss here, lads. Like, nobody here, nobody gives a shit about the longevity or well-being of this dwarf. At all. You know what? What's beneath you? Nothing? Let's try this. This is my last-ditch attempt idea. I'm going to try channeling a piece of ground underneath this dwarf, drop him down at Z level, and maybe that'll unstuck him from wherever he's stucked. The other option is dig a hole next to him and channel up from underneath, because I think they're canceling the job because there's a dwarf in the way. Yes, they are. All right. Maybe he's just that perma-webbed. Like, you know, friggin' Bob, you're probably right that the webs are blocking the rescue. But I don't think I've ever seen a dwarf that's unable to be rescued like this. Like, I don't think I've ever seen this. Let's see if this fixes the problem. All right, well, on the bright side, we have 1,404 meat. We're getting more crab legs. We're going to be eating crab for days. Wonder how much meat that thing had. Oh, come on. Did you really dig down and not dig up? Come on. Oh, that's because I somehow set that as the lowest possible priority. Number 1. High priority. Gamu. Help me out to here. There's no other digging jobs around. What's a guy gotta do? There we go. Unpause the gaming. The game help. All right, this dwarf's gonna go all the way over here in this laggy ass fort. It's laggy because dwarves are trying to get to their items that are in their bedrooms, which they can't get to, among other reasons. All right, you do that. Yeah, they like are incapable of rescuing this dwarf. Okay, well, plan fuck is my final plan. Which is the plan that I do when I run out of plans. I'm going to literally cave in a Z level to try and save this dwarf because I've run out of ideas. So I'm digging underneath him to cause some dust splatter. Which they, like, seem completely incapable of, by the way. He's shunned now? No, he's not. Okay. This is either just gonna kill him, by the way, or it's hopefully gonna save him. Because I know dropping people down will remove all webs. So. Alright, so Nox is still there. And I think Nox is still webbed. What is that? Coated in your sweat. What's a lot of sweat? Yeah, he doesn't have any webs on him. I think we may have actually, like, bugged out the game because of how many times this dwarf's been webbed. What if I make this a zone? I make this zone a hospital. And then put a bed in it. I really don't want this fucking dwarf to die, in case you can't tell. I don't even know why you're depressed. I am very... Oh, I think he died. Oh, nope, never mind, he's still there. I am at a loss here, chat. I don't even. So yeah, nothing seems to work. So, I don't know. Fucking whatever, I suppose. Let's try removing the ramps underneath you, maybe? I mean, I suppose, friggin' Bob. I suppose. I'm just pissed. Like, the game's not doing the thing I want it to do. Can I channel underneath you now? I mean, clearly I can't. So I don't know why you're saying that. Frog. Fucking whatever. This is a waste of goddamn time. You'll die eventually. Give up. Stupid fucking game. All right, where are we going? Back up to what actually is important. Over here. Fortifications over here. Smooth this. If anybody has any ideas on how to save that dwarf, I'm all ears. Outside of that, fuck off. I'm pissed right now. Be nice if this game could just work. Spell him? I guess. Now he's just stuck and not part of the fort anymore. So, sucks. Let it. That'll just drown him and I won't be able to get the body out of there. Going. Oh, they've actually like realized that they can channel underneath him. Interesting. Yeah, no, there's nothing we can do. Whatever. Already did that. Frogfire. Multiple different ankles. Whatever. He's dead. It is dead. Good as dead. Watching me play Dwarf Fortress like this can't be entertaining, though. I'm just pissed off at the game. So, I don't know what to do. So I apologize for the quality of the stream for the past hour, because no way in hell this could possibly be entertaining. All right. How can I get you from the top side? River there. What is right above you here? That? Okay. Working on more drains. I hope that dwarf dies soon, so it helps my frame rate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm super torn because when the game is like this, it makes me kind of snappy. Like I snap quickly because it's just like everything is frustrating kind of deal. But like I want chat to be active. But yeah, obviously you guys aren't going to talk all that much if I'm just snapping at you every 2 seconds. So it's like I don't know how to stream at this point. This is just kind of like a battle for me against my brain. So I don't know. I was kind of hoping that Forgotten Beast would actually be really strong and just show up and murder everybody, and then I could just be like, fuck it! Just start anew elsewhere, then use this as like a weird story beat of like a place that like got destroyed by a weird crab, but turns out crab is pathetic baby. So crab not very useful for that. So now I'm just kind of lost again. It's like I had ideas for a minute there, and then game was like, actually your ideas are null and void, and now I'm like, well, fuck, once again. So I don't know. I'm kind of back to square A, which is a little annoying, if I'm being honest. And the frames suck because of the way pathing is happening in here right now. It's like. Actually, no, it's the most annoying Forgotten Beast I've had ever. Not an easy Forgotten Beast. It's just absurdly mind-numbingly annoying. Because now I have this dwarf in my basement that I'm going to need to deal with that I couldn't rescue because it had 46 fucking pages of combat details. It is pretty entertaining, yes, but the fact that the dwarf, A, didn't die immediately, and B, I can't rescue him is frustrating. But yes, the image of that is like, it's like up there with the time that I had a, it's up there with the one time that I had a, were creature that just grabbed a glove and then just proceeded to slap a dwarf with it instead of biting or scratching or doing anything that could infect anybody, and just ran around the fort slapping people with a mitten. Or maybe it was a cap. It was either a cap or a mitten. Can't remember. Anyway, ran around just like slapping people with a piece of clothing instead of actually like doing damage to people. Kind of incredible. The problem is I kind of have like an idea of what I want to do with this fortress, but if I retire it right now, I basically have to abandon it, because if I ever reclaim this fort, all of that water that's in here is going to respawn, but it's not necessarily going to respawn in here. Does that make sense? So the water might respawn here. It might respawn here. It might respawn down here. It might respawn elsewhere in my fort. So basically, if I retire it now, I can never reclaim it. And I can also probably not visit it in adventure mode. Meaning, if I retire it now, the only thing I can really do is abandon it and let it fall to ruin, which I don't really want to do. So I want to save this fort because I like it and I like the location. But it's going to be a fuckload of work, and it's going to take a lot of time, which is frustrating. I mean, yes, I could just say, scuttle the fort, build a new fort. Okay, fair enough. I mean, retire is the term that the game uses when you leave it for the time being. Abandon is when you kill it. Well, the thing is, I want to have more forts in this in this world, but I still want to have this one. That's the thing, is I do want to have more, like, other fortresses, which is the plan, but I want to be able to come back to this one, either in adventure mode or elsewhere. I mean, I guess, like, I could just, like, if this fails, if these extra 2 drains fail and it's not draining, long story, Nox, you're probably dead. Are you, actually? Maybe, maybe not. Not yet, somehow. I give up. Chat, you explain it. I'm tired of explaining it. So a giant crab came in and smacked you with a glove for like an hour, but sprayed you with so many webs that we are unable to rescue you. So I tried every trick in the book to try and unweb you, and you're still so webbed we can't save you. So now you're lying in a hole expelled from the fort, still webbed, and not dead somehow? But you're still here? Also, we made a water oopsie. There's a little bit of water in here. Anyway, like I said, long story. I don't want to talk about it. Well, it wasn't a spider. It was a crab. Planetary rotation state? Is that a way of saying good morning? Merc? Or good evening? This is actually what's going on here is this is a tale of how Nox got in, right? That's the line from Tron where he's like, and then I got in. All right, well, time to start another one draining. Let's do this again. Let's see if I can do this without drowning anybody. That should be safe, right? That seems safe. I'm sure it's safe. No, the crab's dead. We ate the crab. We butchered the crab. Crab is in food stockpile. Like I said, it's a long story and I don't want to talk about it. But TLDR, crab's dead. We ate crab. You're probably dead, but not dead somehow. And bleh. That. Is that a reference to something? The crab house thing? Ay vey. Closed for the season, reopens March 3rd, 22. Is this an actual place that you're talking about? I guess it must be. Let's just do this topside first. What's back at you? Now my dwarves are all getting depressed for God knows what reason. Kind of a high stress situation, methinks. This is going to cause a lot of whoosh in a sec. Oh, never mind. This is a terrible idea. Stop this. Got another thing I gotta do first. I gotta turn these into fortifications. Alright, we should do this side first anyway. How old is your world? 155 years old. We've been in this world for 5 years. Thanks to the anonymity of the web, you are untouchable. You're certainly not unwebbable, though. Let's see if this helps. Hope that there's nobody in here. I didn't check. You better not be in there, otherwise you dead. Oh, now there's somebody in there. Lear, can I ask you what you're doing exactly here, Dwarf? Well, you're climbing, clearly. But where do you suppose you're going? Oh. Back up, apparently. Not sure how they're planning to get to those. You know what? Let's just move that for right now. Place this with floor. You know that means 5 years of building in-game time and not real lifetime, right? Just checking, because, like, you know, a year in-game is like 90 minutes. Just confirming you understand what I'm saying to you. Oh, and of course a dwarf falls in there. Oh. 2. How? Guess they're just getting pulled by the waves? That's 1. You know what, chat? This fort was fun. It was a fun experiment. But I think my patience just ran out. Yeah, I think my patience just ran out. Yeah, retire it now and it counts as living. We could do that. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that it was a nice run. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works. The world keeps going. Implying it's a run implies that the run is over in case, like, the world is over, which it's not. Draining. Not draining at the speed I need it to. Let's see, Leaves test. Hey, Cajun Bard got out. Sort of. Nope. Alright, well. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to go exploring a little bit. Someone else died? Doesn't fucking matter, does it? I'm just mad right now. I'm just kind of mad, I'll be honest. But I think what we'll do is we'll just call Umber Bulwark done and just let it do its thing. The dwarves will sort it out eventually. The question is, do we adventure around that area? Or do we just jump in? Because we could absolutely just adventure around a bit. Yeah, let's go adventuring. But I still want to stay as part of that faction. Crimson Pulley.